Fair! The old man was startled and glared at her quickly. In response, the young girl couldn't help pouting. Xianxia chuckled, nodded and said, "Yeah, I am High Heaven Sect Master. Why were you wondering if I was pretending? I was just asking." The girl stuck out her tongue. Next, she seemed to gather her courage, bit her lip and asked, "Since you're High Heaven Sect Master, your word should carry a lot of weight, yes? And it should be useful. Then can you accept me into High Heaven Sect?" As soon as this remark came out, the old man was shocked and quickly begged for forgiveness. He knew that High Heaven Sect never accepted outsiders. A master like Liang Yong, who was also Heaven Battling City's city lord, had not been officially admitted into High Heaven Sect, so how could his junior, Lu Feier, who was just a Saint Realm cultivator, possibly join such a sect? Although he was apologizing in a panic, the old man was also feeling somewhat expectant inside. If Feier could really join High Heaven Sect, her future was guaranteed to be bright. Now on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect was the dominant force with no sect comparable to it in the slightest. How could it be bad to enter such a sect? Xianxia stopped the old man's apologies before turning a serious look towards Lu Feier and asking, "Do you want to enter High Heaven Sect?" The girl nodded. "Why?" Xianxia asked. "Under a big tree one can enjoy the cool shade." The girl replied without the slightest hesitation. The old man's face twitched when he heard this, and even Xianxia was startled for a moment before he burst into laughter. "If I become a High Heaven Sect disciple, no one will dare to bully my family again." The girl blushed and added. Xianxia laughed even more happily as he nodded. "Good. Although your motives are a bit selfish, your personality is also reasonable and straightforward. Since you want to enter High Heaven Sect so much, this sect master will accept you." "Huh?" The girl looked dazed, seemingly not having expected happiness to come to her so suddenly. She had thought she would definitely be rejected and had mentally prepared herself for such an outcome. Stupid girl. Why haven't you thanked Sect Master Yang for his kindness yet? The old man quickly urged. Only then did Lu Feier come back to her senses and hurriedly knelt, giving a formal salute. The other youths who had accompanied her here all stared at her with envy. "All right, get up. I'll give you 1 day to deal with any unfinished matters you have at home. After that you will leave for the sect together with me," Xianxia declared. "Yes." The girl bit her red lips, flushed, and replied excitedly. There was no need for Xianxia to worry about Blue Wave City or Heaven Battling City. So 1 day later, Xianxia took Lu Feier through the space array of Blue Wave City, passed directly through Heaven Battling City, then proceeded to Demon Blood City. By now, however, Demon Blood City had been renamed High Heaven City. High Heaven City was High Heaven Sect's link to the outside world as its headquarters were located deep inside the flowing flame sandfield. High Heaven City was also under the direct jurisdiction of High Heaven Sect. A few years ago, inside the Emperor Garden, Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and Temple Master had both died at Xianxia's hand. As a result, Demon Blood Temple had been plunged into a constant state of infighting with numerous elders dying, causing the sect to decline greatly in strength, almost to the point of collapse. Yi Shiyun had not missed this and taken action to quell the situation. At the same time, she took the opportunity to occupy Demon Blood City, which was the closest major city to High Heaven Sect, and rename it High Heaven City. Even if Demon Blood Temple hadn't been on the decline and was still at its peak, with the current strength of High Heaven Sect, if they wanted to occupy Demon Blood City, Demon Blood Temple wouldn't have dared to resist. Demon Blood City thus easily became the private industry of High Heaven Sect. All materials and cultivators that passed through High Heaven City were now subject to fees and taxes levied by High Heaven Sect. So although High Heaven Sect still resided inside the flowing flame sandfield, its connection with the outside world was much more pronounced. As soon as he appeared atop the space array, Xianxia heard a loud roar of voices. Subordinates welcome sect masters return to the sect. These voices caused Lu Feier to jump in fright, and in a fluster, she quickly hid behind Xianxia. Xianxia swept his eyes around and found that almost all the high-level executives of High Heaven Sect were present, led by Great Elder Yi Shiyun. Obviously, they had received news he would be arriving today and had been waiting. Yi Shiyun couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief when she saw that Yang Kai wasn't missing any arms or legs. During the battle atop Star Ascendant's peak, Yang Kai, Qi Tianche, and Fang Peng had suddenly disappeared. This disappearance lasted a whole 3 years, during which all of High Heaven Sect worried constantly about Yang Kai, expending much effort to inquire about his whereabouts and status, but unfortunately learnt nothing. It was as if Yang Kai had suddenly disappeared from Shadowed Star altogether. Now that he finally returned safely, Yi Shiyun was naturally quite happy. A moment later, her beautiful eyes couldn't help shrinking as she suddenly realized that Yang Kai's cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Even Yi Shiyun, who had experienced countless storms, felt shocked by this discovery. It had only been a few years since he reached the origin realm, yet he had already taken another step forward. Wasn't the cultivation speed of this sect master of hers a bit too exaggerated? Great Elder, it's been hard on you. Yang Kai faced Yi Shiyun and gently nodded. All of you have worked hard too. Sect master is too polite. We've done nothing worthy of note. It is sect master who has been facing difficulties these past few years. Yi Shiyun smiled, her beautiful eyes finally turning to Lu Feier before turning back to Yang Kai curiously, wondering why he had brought a little Saint Realm girl back with him. This girl wants to join High Heaven Sect, and as sect master I took the liberty to accept her, Yang Kai explained casually. So that's how it is. Yi Shiyun nodded. Come on, don't hide. Greet your new elders. Yang Kai fished Lu Feier from behind himself. Lu Feier blushed greatly as she swept her eyes across the faces before her, clear excitement and admiration covering her face. These were the strongest masters of the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. Anyone here could cause Shadowed Star to tremble with a stamp of their foot. She had never seen such a grand scene before. Quickly stabilizing her mood, Lu Feier cupped her fists and bowed reverently. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Since Sect Master has admitted you already, you are now a disciple of my High Heaven Sect. Cultivate diligently in the sect. If you perform well enough, you may have an opportunity to worship one of the people you see before you and become their disciple. Yi Shiyun looked at her kindly. Yes. Lu Feier nodded excitedly. Let's head back before we talk. Yang Kai motioned. Half a day later, inside High Heaven Sect's main hall, the various elders gathered together to report to Yang Kai about the sect's current condition and the events that had transpired over the past 3 years. The best description would be to say that the sect had grown by leaps and bounds. Without mentioning anything else, the simple addition of the more than 200 cultivators from Star Emperor Mountain alone caused the overall strength of High Heaven Sect to reach the number 1 position on Shadowed Star. This was an undisputed fact. No sect could compare with today's High Heaven Sect. Also, led by Heaven Battling City, the various cities and industries owned by High Heaven Sect generated a massive amount of income every year. Today, High Heaven Sect did not need to worry about cultivation materials in the slightest. The sect's population wasn't very large, but materials were constantly being delivered to it from all directions. High Heaven Sect currently had 3 grand storehouses, each one filled with various cultivation resources, but that was still not enough. Yi Shiyun was even now planning to open up several more. The sect also had 2 close allies, Clear Sky Sect and Shadow Moon Hall. These 2 great forces had been on good terms with Yang Kai since long ago, and during the past 3 years when Yang Kai had disappeared, both great forces had provided great assistance with High Heaven Sect's development. As such, Yi Shiyun decided to make a formal alliance between the 3 sects. With strong cooperation, mutually beneficial developments and exchanges could be achieved. Countless other great forces wanted to ally with High Heaven Sect. However, none of them had any form of prior relationship they could use as an opening, so they could only stare jealously at the opportunities that Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect had gained. Yang Kai listened to these reports and nodded with satisfaction. The High Heaven Sect is currently on the right track. When he founded this sect, he hadn't expected it to reach its current scope and scale. Back then, he had simply brought Wu Yi and the others here in their starship to settle down. It could be said that the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain had provided an unimaginable impetus to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect. Without the demise of these three great forces, there would absolutely be no high heaven sect today. These three great forces had become stepping stones on high heaven sect's rise. Half a day later, the other elders dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and Yi Shiyun. The great elder also knew that Yang Kai must have other important questions. But before Yang Kai could speak, she took the initiative to say, "If sect master wants to ask about madam's situation, subordinate can only say that all is as it was before. So, nothing has changed, huh?" Yang Kai murmured, "Yeah, sect master need not worry. Since madam said she would need 10 or 20 years more, we simply have to wait patiently until that time." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded, not asking any more questions. In addition, Sect Master's artifact spirit is currently resting and building up its strength inside the Earth Lung Fire Pond in the 5th layer. As for the verdant bone sword, Subordinate brought it back and placed it inside Sect Master's first heavenly palace. Understood. In fact, there was no need for Yi Shiyun to explain these points, as Yang Kai was able to sense his two helpers after he returned to the flowing flame sandfield. After all, whether it was the Firebird or Dragon Bone Sword, both shared a connection with his soul. When Qi Tianche dragged him into the small sealed world within the sealed world bead, the verdant Dragon Bone Sword was left outside. Later, the Firebird artifact spirit had been expelled during the battle, resulting in Yang Kai being left with only Xiao Xiao. Yi Shiyun naturally brought the other two back to the sect with her. What happened back then? Why did Sect Master suddenly disappear? Does it have anything to do with that Emperor artifact? Yi Shiyun pondered for a moment before asking seriously. She only knew that the sealed world bead was an Emperor artifact, but she didn't know what kind of powers or abilities it possessed. No one from Star Emperor Mountain had ever been able to refine the sealed world bead, so Yi Shiyun did not know its details. "Yup, I was dragged into a small sealed world by Qi Tianche," Yang Kai replied. "A small sealed world." Yi Shiyun's eyes narrowed. "Fortunately, it only took me 3 years to find a way to escape. Great Elder need not worry about it any longer." Seeing him not want to explain further, Yi Shiyun naturally didn't ask anything more. After thinking for a while, she suddenly took out something and handed it to Yang Kai. "Madam sent me a message while she was still in a state of deep sleep, asking me to hand this to you to keep. A Star Emperor token." Yang Kai looked at what Yi Shiyun handed over and couldn't help exclaiming. Reaching out to take it, Yang Kai gently caressed the Star Emperor mountain with a solemn expression. He already had 4 of these tokens in his hand. The first was given to him by Guizhu and still had the Great Emperor's divine ability sealed inside. The second piece was something he found in the loft in the 6th layer of the flowing flame sandfield. The third piece was brought to him by Guqi, and this 4th piece was the one currently in his hands. Yang Yen had also said before that the Great Emperor refined a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which sealed one divine ability belonging to the Great Emperor. Now, she wanted him to take these tokens for safekeeping, and it made Yang Kai wonder, was there some other hidden mystery in these Star Emperor tokens? However, no matter what this secret was, it would likely require him to collect all to expose it. This was by no means an easy task. It has been many years since Yang Kai entered the star field, and he had managed to collect 4 through numerous opportunities and coincidences, which meant there were still 6 remaining. The only other Star Emperor token Yang Kai knew of belonged to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and was stored on Water Moon Star, a detail he had learned accidentally when chatting with Shui Yu long ago. Yang Kai didn't spend any more time on this issue, simply storing away the 4th Star Emperor token before asking Yi Shiyun to send a message to Qian Tong, Feiji Tu, and Clear Sky Sect, telling them that the time had come. After he finished giving instructions, Yang Kai left the hall. 3 years ago, Yang Kai was planning on taking a long-distance voyage. If complications had not arisen before, he would likely already be sailing through the star field by now. Because of the provocation of Star Emperor Mountain, these plans had been delayed, but now that these various problems had been resolved, it was time to set sail, find his way home, and look for the beautiful woman he knew was somewhere out amongst the stars. On his way back to First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai couldn't help recalling Su Yan's face, causing his gaze to soften. Since he left Tong Xian realm, it had already been more than 20 years. Over the past 2 decades, through ups and downs, Xianxia's cultivation had risen from the Saint Realm to the Origin Returning Realm, and he was more than 100 times stronger than he was when he first entered the star field back then. However, the martial Dao had no end, and the higher his cultivation rose, the more Xianxia realized his own shortcomings. He desperately wanted to become stronger, to climb to the summit of the martial Dao, stand at its peak, and look out on all living beings. Cheers and shouts suddenly reached Xianxia's ears, pulling him out of his reverie. Turning his gaze to the source of the sound, Xianxia saw a group of people gathered together. He couldn't immediately see what they were doing, but it was very lively. These people were all former disciples of the Haiku family who had followed Wu Yi, left the family, and joined up with Xianxia. Although their cultivations back then were somewhat low and scattered, with the help of various cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, all of their strengths had improved by leaps and bounds, most of them having now reached the Saint King realm. Yufeng and Wu Yi were both now just one step away from breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm. In High Heaven Sect, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad, there was no need to worry about problems breaking through. With various precious pills to assist them, the 10,000-year incense to soothe heart demons, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree to illuminate the heavenly way and martial Dao, breaking through had become a simple task. No disciple felt any difficulty when making breakthroughs, and everything occurred calmly and naturally. Now, though, more than 20 of these disciples had gathered together and were watching a certain battlefield, cheering loudly for the combatants. It seemed 2 people were fighting one another, and the sound of punches and kicks being exchanged constantly rang out. Disciples often sparred with one another as their strength improved to examining their own shortcomings. This was a good thing, and Xianxia simply smiled lightly upon seeing it, not having any intention to join in the fun. But when he inadvertently spotted one of the figures locked in battle, he couldn't help exclaiming in surprise and walking over quickly. Everyone was completely focused on the battle, so Xianxia's arrival did not alarm anyone. In the middle of a small arena, 2 people were competing, but unlike what Xianxia imagined, they weren't comparing secret techniques or artifacts. In fact, they weren't even using their Saint Chi. They were simply competing with pure physical strength and reflex, fighting hand to hand. One of them looked familiar to Xianxia, but he couldn't remember his name. He was a burly man with a strong body and thick muscles. At first glance, he was the kind of person who specialized in brute force, and his cultivation also wasn't bad, a first-order Saint King. However, what drew Xianxia's attention was this burly man's opponent. It was actually a little girl. This little girl looked about 10 years old, but her petite body was as agile as a monkey. She flitted about with incredible speed and finesse, constantly engaging the burly man in a rapid close-quarter brawl. The little girl's hair had a hint of yellow in it and was tied into twin tails that hung down to her shoulders and moved about freely as she dashed back and forth. She had delicate features which made her appearance quite cute. She was the picture of a still maturing beauty. When avoiding the attack of the burly man, she could often find openings to swing her small fists and score hits on her opponent. Her punch looked light and fluttering, but it contained astonishing power, enough to cause the burly man to tremble and grimace each time he was hit. Xianxia found that both of the burly man's eyes had dark blue circles around them, obviously the result of him being punched in the face by the little girl. The burly man wasn't showing any mercy when he attacked, punching out with all his might, creating howls of wind each time he swung his fists. Just watching caused Xianxia to feel a little on edge, for fear that the little girl could not bear such a blow and would be beaten to pieces. But his worries were clearly unnecessary. None of the onlookers were worried about the little girl either. All of them were shouting, some cheering on the little girl while others taunted the burly man. The scene was incredibly raucous. Lin Yuner. Xianxia suddenly recognized the little girl. She was the one Xianxia had brought back from Seaside City, the adopted daughter of Huang Wan. When he brought her back, this little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Now 3 years had passed and she was slowly approaching the age of maturity. Xianxia had long known that Lin Yuner's small body contained extremely powerful force, but seeing her today he realized that he had deeply underestimated her potential. At a mere 10 years old, She was able to fight evenly with a fully grown man in the First Order Saint King realm in a competition of pure strength, even showing signs of suppressing her opponent. What kind of monster is she? Yang Kai was amazed. Just as he was observing Lin Yuner with interest, the little girl's body flickered and she entered into the big man's chest before leaping up and delivering a beautiful uppercut, hitting him square in the jaw and knocking him flying. Bang! The big man fell to the ground, his face flushed, and struggled for quite some time before managing to get back onto his feet. The onlookers cheered, with Yu Feng laughing the most happily. After defeating her opponent, Lin Yuner seemed very happy, jumping up and down excitedly while cheering as well. Yang Kai looked at her with a pensive expression. If this was a real life-or-death struggle, she would definitely not be the opponent of this burly man. After all, there was too much of a difference in their cultivations, but in terms of physical flexibility and strength, Lin Yuner had absolute superiority. She was only 10 years old, but her potential was simply astonishing. If she could be taught in accordance with her aptitude, her future achievements would be limitless. Interesting. Really interesting. Yang Kai thought to himself. Hey, you're that uncle. Lin Yuner suddenly spotted Yang Kai, pointed her finger at him, and started shouting. Yang Kai's face instantly went black. Ah, it's Sect Master. Yu Feng turned his head, exclaimed, and quickly covered his eyes with his hand, seemingly wanting to hide something. Yang Kai glanced over and found that most who were gathered here had dark circles around their eyes and looks of embarrassment on their faces. You were all brought down? Yang Kai was surprised. Hee. Yu Feng felt like dying of shame, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and never come out. He was a third-order Saint King now, only one step away from breaking through to the Origin realm, but in his competition with Lin Yuner, he still took a blow from her by accident, leading to his current embarrassed state. It was one of the greatest shames of his life. Truly disgraceful. Yang Kai grinned before turning and beckoning to Lin Yuner. Yuner, come here. The little girl was very obedient and hurriedly dashed over to Yang Kai. Pausing to think for a moment, she called out crisply, Disciple Lin Yuner, greets Sect Master, Uncle. N. Yang Kai nodded, showing a harmless smile. You don't need to use that last word next time. N. The little girl nodded. Yi Shiyun had taught her well. Yang Kai looked at the little girl with great satisfaction. After bringing her back 3 years ago, Yang Kai had asked Yi Shiyun to instruct her, so her being so sensible was obviously thanks to the great elder's efforts. Do you like this place? Yang Kai asked lightly. I like it, Lin Yuner replied immediately. There is food here, and no one bullies Yuner. Auntie Yi and the other uncles are also very good to Yuner. It's good that you like it. Yang Kai smiled. Did your Auntie Yi find a master for you? Lin Yuner shook her head slowly. Oh, why? Yang Kai was astonished. Lin Yuner was very young, but it was also obvious she was a rare genius. For her, Yang Kai could imagine that group of Star Emperor mountain masters coming to blows to be her master. Although they all had strict criteria to accept a disciple, Lin Yuner absolutely met those requirements. No one accepting her as a disciple was a bit strange. Auntie Yi said none of them can teach me, Lin Yuner replied crisply, tilting her head and happily saying, Yuner now follows Auntie Yi to cultivate, so there's no need to worship anyone else as a master. Alright, that's good. Your Auntie Yi has outstanding strength. Following her to cultivate will be good for you. Yes. N. Carry on. Yang Kai waved his hand, turned, and left. Voices called out to see him off, but Yang Kai was too lost in thought to listen. Yi Shiyun saying no one could teach Lin Yuner was also a bit strange. Although there were only about 200 cultivators from Star Emperor Mountain, each of them was proficient in their own field, so it shouldn't be a problem to find someone from these elites to teach Lin Yuner. There was only one possible reason Yi Shiyun would make such a decision. She was incredibly optimistic about Lin Yuner's future and didn't want to handle her carelessly. She probably wanted to teach Lin Yuner only the best. It seemed he would have to ask Yi Shiyun about this. Yang Kai was curious how this young little girl possessed such amazing power. Presumably, after spending 3 years together with Lin Yuner, Yi Shiyun had learned something. As his thoughts turned, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace. Just after stepping inside, a deep dragon roar faintly rang out from the depths of the palace and a green light shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his hand, grasping the green light in his palm. When the light dissipated, a bone sword without any edge appeared. Dragon bone sword. Verdant. Feeling a connection on both a spiritual and bloodline level, the green dragon's remnant soul, which was swimming inside the sword's hilt, seemed happy. After 3 years, the aura of the dragon bone sword seemed to have become stronger. After all, in the battle 3 years ago, Yang Kai had killed many people and allowed the dragon bone sword to swallow a large amount of vital essence. 3 years of refinement could indeed allow it to grow somewhat. After carefully examining it and confirming that he didn't feel anything wrong, Yang Kai happily put away the dragon bone sword. Turning his head and looking around, First Heavenly Palace seemed just the same as he left it. Although Yang Kai had been missing for 3 years, no one had dared to enter High Heaven Sect's sect master's private quarters at will. Aside from the disciples, Yi Shiyun had cleaned the place every day. First Heavenly Palace saw no other visitors. After a while, Yang Kai nodded to himself and was just about to take a rest when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted sharply, "Who?" As he spoke, he sent out a burst of spiritual energy towards a certain spot nearby. He had suddenly felt a sense of being spied on at that moment. As such, he did not hold back. The space twisted under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense attack, a strike even a third-order origin returning realm master would find difficult to take. However, the twisted space calmed down a moment later, as if an invisible hand smoothed it out. Yang Kai's attack yielded no effect. This discovery made his face change and his eyes flash sharply. Inexplicable energy visible to the naked eye began to emerge next, twisting and changing mysteriously. Divine sense manifestation. Yang Kai called out in shock, but at the same time, he relaxed his vigilance because he perceived a familiar feeling from this visible spiritual energy. As soon as Yang Kai called out, the divine sense manifestation condensed into a figure. Although this figure was slightly fuzzy, Yang Kai could see it wore a long black robe that covered head and face, only revealing a pair of star-like eyes while outlining an extremely graceful bodyline. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared straight at this figure, his heart pounding slightly. The other party also stared back at him motionlessly, appearing as tranquil as an ancient well, displaying neither joy, nor anger, nor sorrow of any kind. After a long silence, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a solemn voice, "Are you Yang Yen, or the Great Emperor?" The figure which appeared belonged to none other than Yang Yen. Clearly, it was the divine sense manifestation of the person sleeping in the 6th layer of the flowing flame sand field. But Yang Kai wasn't certain whether she was the Yang Yen he knew or the starry sky great emperor of legend. If she was the former, things would be simple. If she was the latter, Yang Kai would need to tread carefully. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the figure frowned for a moment before declaring, "Both. Really?" Yang Kai responded with a sigh. "It looks like you have already begun to merge, but it will still take a few years to complete. Then how should I address you? Whether it is the person you know or the so-called Great Emperor, both are named Yang Yen," the figure replied. Yang Kai gently nodded. "So why have you sent your divine sense here instead of continuing to sleep in your loft?" "I sensed that you brought back something interesting, so I came to take a look." Yang Yen smiled lightly. "Something interesting?" Yang Kai frowned. "This?" Yang Yen said while stretching out her hand, waving it towards Yang Kai. This action seemed light and casual, but under its influence, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something from his body was snatched away. The speed at which everything happened was so fast that he did not even have time to think of resisting. In a flash of light, a bead appeared in Yang Yan's hand. The sealed world bead. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he stared at the seemingly inconspicuous bead. The sealed world bead." Yang Yen gently nodded, closing her beautiful eyes after speaking, as if she was sensing something, a while later opening her eyes again and whispering, "Sure enough, you were able to refine it." Yang Yen was well aware that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space. The most basic requirement for refining the sealed world bead was to comprehend Space Force. Therefore, none of Star Emperor Mountain's sect masters for 10,000 years was able to accomplish this. It was not until Qi Tianche's generation that anyone had an opportunity to discover the mysteries inside the sealed world bead. In the end, however, it fell into Yang Kai's hands. You actually managed to open a 100-kilometer radius space inside, a truly amazing feat considering your current cultivation. Yang Yan seemed to have discovered something that surprised her and muttered in admiration. Yang Kai frowned, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I know that this bead belongs to you, but in order to escape from inside of it, I had no choice but to refine it. If you want to take it back, I will not object, but could you at least lend it to me for a while? I need it to ferry some people. Lend it to you? Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai and smiled. Why ask if I can lend it to you? You've already left your soul brand on this sealed world bead, so it belongs to you now. I won't take it back. Saying so, Yang Yan tossed the sealed world bead back. Yang Kai caught it before glancing at Yang Yan suspiciously. Although he had yet to figure out all the details of this sealed world bead artifact, since it was an emperor artifact, it obviously had some kind of huge use to the great emperor. Yang Kai had not expected to be able to claim the sealed world bead for himself. He simply wanted to use it to bring his friends and relatives here from Tongxian realm. Without the sealed world bead, he would not be able to bring so many people over at once. You're mistaken about one point, Yang Yan said softly. Oh, this sealed world bead isn't mine. Huh. Yang Kai was stunned. Strictly speaking, I have never refined the sealed world bead. I was just holding on to it. Yang Yan's soul body floated down and stood in front of Yang Kai like a real person. It was something a friend of mine gave me. Your friend. Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Yan's true body was that of the Starry Sky Great Emperor, so would not a friend of the Great Emperor be an existence on par with a Great Emperor? Yup, a friend of mine. Yang Yan nodded. My friend and you have something in common. Can you guess what? Yang Kai fell into deep thought for a moment before his eyes lit up and he asked, We both cultivate the Tao of space? Exactly. Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai approvingly. He too cultivated the Tao of space, but he had reached a profound height in his comprehension. This sealed world bead was something he used his own space force and comprehensions to refine. Although my strength is not inferior to his, I don't have any attainments in the Tao of space, so the sealed world bead isn't very useful to me. At the very least, I am unable to fully open and expand the space inside the sealed world bead. You are different, however. You have cultivated the Tao of space, so perhaps you will have the opportunity to reach his height with time. Yang Kai's brow twitched, not because Yang Yan spoke highly of him, but because of the origins of the sealed world bead. It was refined from the comprehensions of a cultivator on the same level as the great emperor. This was too sensational. Yang Kai had never seen an Origin King Realm Master act, but according to his estimations, even an Origin King would absolutely not have this kind of ability. The great emperor really was beyond the existence of the Origin King realm. Above the Origin King realm, there actually was a higher realm. Sure enough, the martial Tao had no end. Since you knew the former Yang Yan, it seems we share some common destiny. So with the sealed world bead having been refined by you, I have no issue with you keeping it. Expand it well. Perhaps one day you will discover something interesting. Yang Yan smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai's interest was piqued as his eyes shined. From what Yang Yan said, it seemed there was some kind of hidden mystery related to the sealed world bead. Yang Kai did not ask anything though, as he knew that doing so wouldn't net any results. Pondering for a moment, he began to ask, Your friend. I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for over 10,000 years, so perhaps he is off wandering or even fallen. There's no way to tell. Yang Kai nodded. Expanding the space inside the sealed world bead was of great benefit to his comprehension of the Tao of space, so even if Yang Yan had not mentioned it to him today, Yang Kai would not have slacked off regarding it. Now that he vaguely knew there was another mystery hidden inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would certainly spare no effort to refine it. Okay, by the way, I'm planning to depart on a long voyage in a few days. You are still sleeping in that loft though, so it should be safe. I'll make sure some people maintain it. Yang Kai suddenly remembered and said. Yang Yan opened her mouth, as if she wanted to mention something, but ultimately chose not to, instead just saying lightly, there are many dangers in the star field. I hope your journey goes smoothly. Saying so, her figure suddenly disappeared. Just as suddenly as she came, she left. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, only after a long time calming his mood, sitting down cross-legged on his bed, and adjusted his breathing. The next day, on 100 Flowers Peak, Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun and asked her about Lin Yuner. After 3 years, Yi Shiyun had indeed done some research on Lin Yuner's physique and learned some things. Yuner possesses a special constitution. What is it? Yang Kai nodded, having expected such a result. Some people in this world were given great innate gifts that were difficult to match by others, oftentimes manifesting as special constitutions. For example, little senior sister Xia Ningchang possessed the sacred spirit medicine body, making her proficient in all things related to alchemy. She could also cultivate by performing alchemy, meaning the more pills she refined, the higher her strength would grow. Shan Qing Luo's poison widow body was also a special constitution which caused her entire body to become extremely poisonous once her emotions became overly excited. Shui Yu's dragon marrow phoenix body caused her primordial yin qi to be incredibly rich, allowing the one who claimed it to greatly increase their strength without any hidden dangers. The effects and benefits of each special constitution were different, but one characteristic they all shared was extreme rarity. At Lin Yuner's extremely young age, how could she possess such incredible strength? Yang Kai could only think of one explanation. She too possessed a special constitution. The answer he obtained from Yi Shiyun now coincided with his guess. Then, what kind of special constitution does she have? Yang Kai asked as he turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was sitting nearby, gnawing on some spirit fruits happily. This queen has searched through many ancient books, and if I am not mistaken, Yuner should possess the tyrant strength body. Yi Shiyun quickly said. Tyrant strength body? Yang Kai frowned. Those who have this kind of physique are born with incredible physical strength, and as their age and cultivation rise, this power will only become stronger. They are truly blessed by the heavens as, after growing to a certain extent, they are able to compete with other cultivators in the same realm with their physical strength alone, always having the absolute upper hand in combat. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a light of amazement. However, Yi Shiyun frowned suddenly, looking at Lin Yuner worriedly. However, Yang Kai looked over at her. However, those who have this special constitution are granted physical strength which exceeds the natural ability of their body to tolerate, so they often cannot fully exert their strength when fighting. Yuner is still young and her cultivation isn't high, so this drawback has not yet manifested. But when she really matures, this will become a severe constraint on her power. The heavens were fair in everything. Although those with special constitutions possessed amazing advantages in certain fields, most of them had shortcomings that could not be ignored. Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to easily comprehend alchemy and enhance her strength by refining pills, but any other method she tried to use to improve her cultivation, like meditation and secluded cultivation, were highly inefficient. Shan Qing Luo's poison widow body doomed her to lose her loved ones and live a life of loneliness, forging a deep regret for killing her lover the very day she truly became one with them. This was an unimaginable torture for anyone. Although Shui Yu's dragon marrow phoenix body gave her astonishing aptitude and strength, those gifts would ultimately benefit another rather than herself. Lin Yuner's tyrant strength body was no exception. The incredible power contained in her body would eventually grow to the point where Lin Yuner herself was unable to bear it. And once that happened, the result of trying to use her strength would be self-harm or even death. Is there a solution? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Yes. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Oh? Let's hear it then. Since there's a solution, we just need to implement it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lin Yuner was still young and her potential was unlimited. He did not want her future to be ruined because she was unable to bear her own strength. The solution is actually quite simple, but actually achieving it is not. Yi Shiyun gave a wry smile. The drawbacks of a physique like Yuner's are obvious, but as long as these drawbacks are dealt with by tempering her body, everything will be fine. In other words, she just needs her body to be able to keep up with her physical strength. However, in order for her to begin body tempering, an appropriate secret art is necessary, and its grade cannot be low. A body tempering art. Yang Kai's expression became strange. Exactly. Although Star Emperor Mountain also has a few body tempering arts, none of them come close to meeting Yunar's requirements. I have been looking for an appropriate secret art for several years now, but so far there have been no gains. None of them have even been as good as the one Star Emperor Mountain originally possessed. Yi Shiyun said a little sadly. It has only been 3 years since Yunar came to sect, but the growth in her strength has already been so terrifying. I'm afraid that if she is allowed to continue to grow at this pace in less than 10 years. If you need a profound body tempering art, I have one. Sect Master has such a secret art? Yi Shiyun looked at him in amazement. Yang Kai nodded as he took out an ancient book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Shiyun. Have a look. Yi Shiyun accepted the book while glancing at Yang Kai suspiciously, but she quickly immersed herself in this secret art, reading it carefully. Yang Kai did not disturb her, instead playing with Lin Yunar. This little girl was still very young. Before, she had been living with Huang Wan in Seaside City, staying in a house where she could not even see the sun on most days. Only 3 years ago was she brought to High Heaven Sect. She had almost no contact with the outside world, so her innocence still remained and her childlike mannerisms and speech greatly relaxed Yang Kai's mood. 2 hours later, Yi Shiyun let out a long breath and put down the ancient book, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across her eyes. Does Great Elder think it will be sufficient? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Indeed, Yi Shiyun said excitedly. It should be possible for Yunar to cultivate. This secret art is quite peculiar. Its grade isn't actually very high, but its effects aren't really connected to that grade, but rather the resources used to cultivate it. I thought so too. I've cultivated this 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art myself, and I've found that the higher the grade of materials used, the better the body tempering effects. It has almost nothing to do with the secret art itself, Yang Kai said with a grin. The rarest part is that the resources used to cultivate it can be replaced. If one wanted to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they must look for the supreme treasures from all 5 elements. Each treasure must not be lower in quality than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Yang Kai had spent a great deal of energy and time to collect all the required materials. Now that High Heaven Sect's influence had grown so immense though, it should not be difficult for it to collect a set of 5-element supreme treasures. Even if the collected treasures were not on par with Yang Kai's son's true essence or divine nullification sand, they could at least match the profound gold he used. Once a set of treasures was collected, Lin Yunar could begin cultivating this secret art with them first, then replace them with better materials in the future without any trouble. Yi Shiyun noticed this detail too and seemed extremely excited. Sect Master may rest assured. This secret art will only be cultivated by Yunar and will not be spread out, Yi Shiyun said solemnly. It's fine, even if you were to spread it out, there are probably few people who could cultivate it. Yang Kai chuckled. The monster core of a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to the heart of an Origin King Realm Master. How many people could hunt this kind of existence? So, it didn't matter if this secret art leaked out. However, one needs a strong soul to cultivate this art, or else they will be unable to bear the intense pain. Yi Shiyun glanced at Lin Yunar pityingly. This little girl knew little of the word, or even about herself. She only knew that she possessed great strength, but was unaware that this strength was actually like a rope tied around her neck, slowly tightening and threatening her life. It will be up to Great Elder to train her, Yang Kai smiled. I will arrange Yunar and to begin cultivating her soul as soon as possible. Yi Shiyun nodded. Putting Yunar's matter aside for a moment, Great Elder, I have something to ask you. Yang Kai looked at her solemnly. Sect Master, please ask. I will soon set off on a long voyage and will be taking some of the sect's disciples with me. Otherwise there won't be enough manpower to operate the starship. Elders Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao will also be accompanying me. Great Elder, what about you? Will you come with me? Me? Yi Shiyun flashed a hint of desire, but soon shook her head. I appreciate sect master's kindness, but I will be remaining here. As expected. Yang Kai sighed as if he had expected this answer. Yi Shiyun's strength and aptitude were superb. It was not an exaggeration to say she was the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Her Sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage and had even touched the threshold of domain, so she had long obtained the qualification to break through to the Origin King realm. In this aspect alone, no one on Shadowed Star could compare with her. It could be said that as long as she was freed of the shackles of Shadowed Star world principles, Yi Shiyun would have at least an 80% chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm. This was a terrifying probability. However, with the great emperor still asleep in the secluded loft, Yi Shiyun could not bring herself to leave. Yang Kai had already guessed this a long time ago, but he still had to ask. Now that he obtained her answer, he did not try to persuade her again. If that's the case, I will leave the sect in Great Elder's care, Yang Kai said sincerely. And with this queen here, the sect will surely be fine. With you here, I can rest fully assured. Yang Kai nodded before adding, if you have time, I'd also like you to find someone for me. Who are you looking for? Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering who exactly he needed to pay so much attention to. Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Yang Kai smiled viciously. If you find him, don't bother with any nonsense. Just kill him immediately. All right? Yi Shiyun nodded. Although she did not understand why Yang Kai was looking for this person, since it was the sect master's order, she naturally wouldn't ask any questions. Yang Kai then got up to leave to make the final preparation. He wanted Yi Shiyun to look out for Lu Yi because he had an ominous feeling about him. Yang Kai vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this Lu Yi, not to mention that the two had repeatedly encountered one another as enemies. It wasn't that Yang Kai wanted to let Lu Yi off repeatedly. It was that the other party was simply too difficult to kill, but every time they met, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling he was somewhat strange. It was this feeling that caused Yang Kai to be wary, as if this Lu Yi was somehow extraordinarily dangerous. Although the chances of successfully using the starship for a long-distance voyage were very high, it still needed to be fully prepared. All kinds of materials needed to be loaded aboard and the staffing needed to be just right. All of High Heaven Sect mobilized to fulfill this task. Within a few days, everything was ready. 5 days later, Qian Tong, who received the news, rushed to High Heaven Sect. Fei Jitu did not accompany him though, as after surviving a brush with death in Fallen Emperor Mountain, his cultivation had fallen to the second-order Origin returning realm. Even if City Lord Fei left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai, there was no chance for him to break through, so he was currently in secluded retreat in Heavenly Fate City. Fei Jitu missing this opportunity caused Qian Tong to sigh. You had come from Clear Sky Sect as well. Over 3 years ago, Yang Kai and Clear Sky Sect had already negotiated for a single quota aboard the starship. Yang Kai did not know what kind of internal negotiations followed, but Sect Master Guzhen had not come, and it was Mou who was more familiar with Yang Kai that took the spot instead. All were old acquaintances, so naturally, they had a friendly chat after meeting. High Heaven Sect was sending 3 third-order Origin returning realm masters this time. Naturally, they were Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi and Lin Yu Rao. These 5 people carried the hopes and expectations of countless cultivators from Shadowed Star from the past 10,000 years. Whether they could break through to the Origin King realm now would depend on their efforts and opportunities. Yang Kai was simply providing them with a chance. Since ancient times, it had been extremely difficult for Origin returning realm masters to break through to the Origin King realm. Looking at the entire star field, there were few Origin Kings, and each one of them was a famous existence that entire cultivation stars would hail as supreme masters. As such, even if these 5 people were qualified to break through, it was entirely possible things would not go as planned. Perhaps all of them would fail. Half a month later, inside First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai opened his eyes from his meditation, leisurely got up, and walked out. Outside his palace was a young woman dressed in long white robes waiting for him quietly. Seeing Yang Kai come out, she took a deep breath, her chest heaving slightly as she clenched her fists in excitement and tension. "Qian Yu," For this long-distance voyage, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't leave her behind. As someone from the same star as Yang Kai, Qianyu was also looking forward to finding Sect Master Qingya, Su Yan, and her other fellow elders from Ice Sect. She was so eager to see those familiar faces that she even dreamed about them. Is everything prepared? Yang Kai looked at her. Qianyu nodded. Everything is in order. We are just waiting for you. Then, let's go. Yang Kai grinned and strode forward. In his own clenched fist was a crystal-clear bead which exuded a faint chill. Su Yan's Ice Soul Bead. This bead would only break once its creator died. As long as it remained intact, Yang Kai could be sure that Su Yan was alive in some corner of the star field. Yang Kai firmly believed that they could one day reunite. After half an hour, the pitch-black starship slowly lifted off into the sky as all the members of High Heaven Sect who stayed behind cheered until it disappeared. In the endless star field, the pitch-black starship sped along. Its speed was seemingly slow, but it was actually as quick as lightning, traveling several hundred kilometers in a flash. Looking through the transparent window, everyone gazed at the huge star behind the starship in amazement. Many people had never observed Shadowed Star from this perspective, so it was not until this moment that they realized the star they had been born on was so grand and magnificent. Facing such a star, everyone felt a profound sense of respect. The speed of the starship was extremely fast, but it was also very stable. Inside the hull, no one could feel the slightest bump or vibration. There were several meteorites drifting about, with some small dead stars without vitality floating like icy giants asleep in the star field. There was a region of the star field several million kilometers outside of Shadowed Star that was considered a safe zone. The great forces with starships on Shadowed Star would often send them out to find or deposits in this area. Although the harvest was small, that did not dampen the enthusiasm of these forces, as they could occasionally obtain some rare treasures from the meteorites and dead stars nearby. These were products not found on Shadowed Star. However, beyond 10 million kilometers was where a dangerous region began. There was an astral wind of the star field beyond this point that constantly swirled about and could easily destroy a low-grade starship. Big and small starry sky storms formed here and shredded almost everything they touched, breaking meteorites caught in them into dust. It was known as the Dead Zone. This was the first barrier that isolated Shadowed Star from the outside world, and the strongest one at that. It was like a protective film, surrounding the Shadowed Star for millions of kilometers and prevented anyone from leaving or entering. Over the past 10,000 years, it was not that no one wanted to leave Shadowed Star and explore the wider world outside, but no one had been able to succeed as all of them had been stopped by this dead zone. When the starship sailed into this region, everyone felt their clenched palms sweat. Yang Kai immediately ordered the disciples to strengthen the starship's protective barrier to its maximum, not minding the consumption of Saint Crystal sources. The fierce astral wind swept over, like an invisible beast, slashing its claws at the starship, trying to rip it open and drag the people hiding inside of it out. A sharp grating resounded outside the starship as the hull creaked, causing everyone's face to pale slightly. A huge meteorite which had yet to be broken up by the astral wind was flung towards the starship, causing a loud thud and a violent shaking. Like a small boat caught in a stormy sea, the starship flew left and right in the dead zone, the disciples unable to control its direction, only able to follow along with the natural flow. Exclamations of alarm from the disciples were constantly heard. Yang Kai quickly shouted and, while using his divine sense to inspect the outside world, directed the disciples' actions. Yang Xiaozhu and the other peak third-order origin returning realm masters also rushed to the power room under Yang Kai's instructions and sat down to channel their Saint Qi into a special array, using their own strength to help power the starship. Everyone was fighting against death. No errors would be tolerated, as any negligence in this place may lead to the ship's destruction and everyone's doom. In this terrifying place, the power of a single person was far too small. The dead zone outside of Shadowed Star was so violent that even Origin Kings would not be able to withstand it, let alone the people inside the starship. Only by working together could they overcome this crisis. Took a while, but the chaotic situation eventually stabilized. After realizing that the starship was being tossed about but was still undamaged, The panic of everyone gradually calmed, and they began performing their duties in an orderly fashion. While frightening, there was no danger. The Origin King-grade starship refined by Yang Yen provided a safe refuge for everyone on board. A full month later, High Heaven Sec's starship broke free of the dead zone and rushed out into the vast star field. The grating noises no longer came from outside, and the starship no longer swayed randomly. After the disciples were certain they had successfully left Shadowed Star's vicinity, a huge cheer broke out inside the starship, one filled with joy and excitement. Yang Xiaozhu and the others soon appeared in front of Yang Kai with pale faces, each one of them clearly exhausted, their auras fluctuating unstably. "You've all worked hard." Yang Kai nodded at them. "Yang Kai, did you feel it?" Qian Tong asked him with a solemn expression. Yang Kai gently nodded. He noticed it the moment the starship rushed into the dead zone, but over the past month all his focus had been on surviving, so he had not had time to think about it carefully. Now that they had left the dead zone behind, Yang Kai had a moment to contemplate just what he had been sensing. "So you noticed it too? I thought I was mistaken," Qian Tong said solemnly. "Emperor pressure," Mou commented. The dead zone was filled with Emperor pressure, and more than one. And two distinct Emperor pressures were flooding that place. Qian Tong gently nodded. "One is similar to the aura which came from the Emperor Garden, but the other is completely different." "What exactly was that?" "I have a guess, but I can't be certain." Mou showed a thoughtful expression. Everyone turned to look at him. Mou's face twitched as his eyes shifted, saying in a dry tone, "If I were to say it, you'd all think I was crazy." "Nonsense." Qian Tong shook his head. "Old Mo, you can relax and tell us anything." Yang Kai also nodded. "Yes, let's hear it. Everyone has their own analysis." Mou smiled bitterly. This old master considers himself quite experienced and knowledgeable, but after passing through the dead zone, he realized that he was just a frog sitting in a well, staring up at the sky thinking how wide it is. "All right, this is what I think. However, all of this is just this old master's speculation, and he has real evidence to back it." "Stop stalling and just say it," Yang Xiaozhu interrupted him impatiently. "The dead zone is flooded with two different emperor pressures, and those two emperor pressures seem to be entangled and fighting with each other in an endless struggle. I think the aura we are familiar with belongs to the master of the Emperor Garden, in other words, the Starry Sky Great Emperor. As for the other emperor pressure, it should belong to a figure on the same level as the Great Emperor." Mou declared solemnly, Perhaps the formation of the dead zone was a result of a great battle between these two characters." After giving his thoughts, Mou turned silent. Qian Tong's jaw dropped wide as he stared at Mou with a strange expression on his face. Yang Kai, Yang Xiaozhu, and the other elders from High Heaven Sect, however, exchanged a quiet yet calm glance. "Ha, that's impossible, isn't it? This old master also thinks he is just imagining things." Mou gave a dry laugh. The great emperor was a legendary figure, one whose existence had not even been confirmed, but now Mou was speculating that another character on the same level had appeared and engaged in a colossal fight with the great emperor, a speculating even he found difficult to believe. Senior Mo's theory should be correct. Yang Kai gently nodded, affirming his guess. "Huh." Mou looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, his eyes suddenly lighting him as he asked anxiously, "Yang Kai, do you know something?" Qian Tong also turned a curious and eager look towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled. "I don't know much, but I do know that the great emperor had an opponent that was not weaker than her, and that the two of them indeed fought one another." Yang Xiaozhu and the other elders also knew about this detail, but it was the first time Qian Tong and Mou had heard of it. Both of them were dumbstruck and stared at Yang Kai with dull eyes, unable to close their hanging jaws. "It turns out the main culprit behind Shadowed Star's isolation is her," Yang Kai murmured. The situation in the dead zone was the best proof, where the two different emperor pressures were still fighting against one another, unable to determine an outcome even after 10,000 years. Perhaps Yang Yen and her unknown enemy had once fought out amongst the star field, which led to the formation of a dangerous and desolate region around Shadowed Star. The supreme profound sect of ancient times should also have been one of their battlefields, but Xianxia could not determine whether it was the first, or whether the dead zone held that position. Chen Tong and Mo, you seem to want to ask something, but Xianxia didn't give them a chance. The past month has been extremely tiring for everyone. Let us rest and recuperate for the time being. After passing through the dead zone, the rest of the journey will be quite safe. Perhaps it will be a few years before we even encounter anything worthy of note. So now is the perfect time to enter retreat and cultivate. Hearing Xianxia say this, Chen Tong and the others could not ask more questions and simply nodded before withdrawing to their own rooms. Xianxia stood in place, casting his eyes out towards the starry sky. A moment later, he walked over to the main control panel of the starship and stretched out his hand before immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea. Above his knowledge sea, a vast starry sky which had been shrunk down countless times, like a massive model, was quietly suspended. This was Xianxia's star chart. If a cultivator from Shadowed Star wanted to leave and enter the star field, the first difficulty they had to pass was the dead zone. So far, no one had managed to overcome this barrier. As for the second hurdle, it was finding a direction to go after escaping the dead zone. There were many dangers in the star field, and when any starship set sail, they would need a master with rich experience to chart its course. This responsibility generally fell on those who held the title of chartmaster. Chartmasters could draw star charts, allowing cultivators or starships to advance safely and efficiently through the star field while avoiding dangerous regions. Without a star chart drawn by a chartmaster, starships were highly likely to get lost in the star field and never arrive at their destinations. Shadowed Star was too isolated though, so there were no chart masters on it, and thus no one who could draw up an effective star chart. However, on other cultivation stars in the star field, chart masters were extremely well respected, their status not inferior to that of high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. The star chart in Xianxia's knowledge sea was a type of treasure he had obtained through a series of coincidences from a chart master called Wuxia when he first entered the star field. With this star chart, Xianxia did not need to undergo any kind of training. He was the best natural-born chart master. The entire star field situation could be seen in his mind whenever he wanted, including where Tongshen realm was located. He had once taken Chen Yu to see it and would often gaze upon it himself when he had idle time. For so many years, he had not had the opportunity to use this star chart to chart his direction. But now it finally came in handy. Xianxia's divine sense flickered back and forth around the massive star chart, consuming vast amounts of spiritual energy in the process, before quickly locating a specific spot. This spot was where Chen Yu had been separated from Su Yan and the others. It was Xianxia's first destination. He wanted to see if he could find Su Yan there. Thinking this way in his heart, Xianxia took back his consciousness from his knowledge sea before pouring his divine sense into the control panel in front of them, setting the starship's course. For a long time to come, he wouldn't need to worry about this anymore, as the starship would follow the route he drew all the way to its destination, of course, provided that there were no dangers along the way. Time flew by. The starship had been sailing forward steadily and safely following the route drawn by Xianxia without any mishaps. Occasionally, a few odd-shaped star beasts would spring out from nearby dead stars, but they were all killed by the disciples controlling the starship's crystal cannons. Inside his private room, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged, the purple origin furnace he obtained from the Emperor Garden in front of him, and various boxes and bottles lying around him. Xianxia skillfully placed herb after herb into the purple origin furnace, then poured his conflagrated spiritual energy into it to extract the medicinal essences from the herbs, portray spirit arrays, then merged these essences so they fused together, precisely controlling the heat and the timing of each step. Xianxia was meticulous about every detail, but still enjoyed the process greatly. At a certain point, however, he frowned and quickly increased his input of conflagrated spiritual energy. The next moment, a popping sound came from the purple origin furnace, followed by an unpleasant burnt smell. Xianxia gawked for a moment before his brow furrowed. He had failed again. His expression was dull as he lifted the lid of the purple origin furnace and poured out a mass of blackened ash from inside it. There was already a large pile of such ashes lying nearby, the result of Yang Kai's previous failed attempts. Instead of continuing, Yang Kai sank into contemplation. It had been 2 years since the starship left Shadowed Star, and during these 2 years, Yang Kai had not slacked one bit, cultivating his various divine abilities, comprehending various secret techniques, and improving his alchemy skills, leading an extremely fulfilling life. Since he first embarked on the alchemic way, Yang Kai had failed very few times when refining pills. His success rate was far higher than the average for most alchemists, and the quality of the products he refined was also very high, as he was proficient in condensing and utilizing the medicinal efficacies of the herbs he used to the greatest extent. These achievements could be attributed to his excellent talent in alchemy, but also his conflagrated knowledge which was far superior to St. Chi in pill refining. However, during the past 2 years, he had experienced failure again and again. He could refine origin-grade high-rank pills at will, so what Yang Kai was attempting to refine now was an origin king-grade spirit pill. But so far, many origin king-grade herbs had been consumed, but Yang Kai had yet to produce a single origin king-grade pill from his furnace, everything winding up as burnt waste. This result made him a little frustrated. For any profession, it is extremely difficult to reach the peak, and in the star field, Origin King grade was the peak. There weren't many Origin King realm masters out there, but there were countless third-order Origin returning realm cultivators who had been stuck at this bottleneck and unable to move forward a single step until they died of old age. In the same way, Origin King grade alchemists and artifact refiners were also rare, their number actually far less than the number of Origin Kings. Yang Kai's alchemy skills were now stuck at this bottleneck, and he was unable to advance any further. He had gained immense knowledge from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture he found in the Emperor Garden, but he was still unable to obtain the answer he sought now. He felt that his techniques and his control were sufficient, but for some reason he just couldn't refine an Origin King grade pill. Only when a pill obtains a spirit can it be called a spirit pill. There was such a line in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, which was of great concern to Yang Kai. But how am I supposed to give a pill a spirit? To enable it to come to life? I just do not understand. Although he had collected a lot of Origin King grade herbs, it still pained him to consume them like this. Yang Kai thought for a while before gathering up and storing away the remaining herbs. Before he could truly understand those words, he felt that no matter how hard he worked, it would all be in vain. He needed to spend some time pondering this issue, taking out the sun's true essence and his other 5 elements' supreme treasures. Yang Kai began cultivating the 5 elements' indestructible sword-tempering art while trying to comprehend the true alchemy enlightenment scripture's words. After another half a year, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that the starship had come to a stop. There was a sound of quick footsteps outside his door, as if something had happened. Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and opened the door, the next moment seeing Qian Yu's figure appear in front of him. "We're here!" Qian Yu shouted with excitement. "We've arrived!" Yang Kai raised his brow and his figure flickered to appear beside Qian Yu, reaching out to hold her waist. His figure flickered again as obvious space force fluctuations emerged. Qian Yu only saw a flash before her eyes before she found herself and Yang Kai already outside the starship, surrounded by the icy and vast star field. An array of large and small dead stars came into view. This scene was extremely familiar to Qian Yu. She had recalled this place in her mind every time she thought about how she had been separated from Ice Sect Master Xianxia and her fellow elders, so she could not have mistaken this place. "It's here," Qian Yu muttered again. "It's here. There was a void corridor nearby, and we were separated after entering it." For some unknown reason, the void corridor had sent Qian Yu to Shadowed Star after she entered it, but sent Xianxia and Su Yan somewhere else instead. If it weren't for Yang Kai chancing upon her, Qian Yu didn't dare imagine what her fate would be like now. After entering the star field, she deeply realized how small and weak she was. "A void corridor?" Yang Kai murmured, closing his eyes and releasing his divine sense outwards to carefully investigate the surrounding area. A short time later, he opened his eyes and quickly flew out together with Qian Yu in a certain direction. The High Heavens Sect disciples, who received his orders, hurriedly piloted the starship after them. After a moment, Yang Kai came to a stop and stared straight ahead. In front of him, there was a very obvious Space Force anomaly which swallowed any kind of divine sense that touched it in an instant. This void corridor had completely collapsed, however, and could not be used again. In fact, it would likely disappear entirely soon. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the Tao of space, he would not have been able to so easily find it. Yang Kai investigated this anomaly carefully while Qian Yu waited nervously nearby, not daring to interrupt. A while later, Yang Kai let out a sigh. "How is it?" Qian Yu asked hurriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. "With this void corridor alone, I can't locate where Su Yan and the others went." Qian Yu's beautiful eyes, which were full of expectation, dimmed instantly. "However, this void corridor isn't too powerful, so wherever it connects to shouldn't be too far away. For you to be able to make it all the way to Shadowed Star was probably an accident. As for Su Yan and the others, they should be nearby. Wait a moment. I'll see which cultivation star is closest to this location and then we'll set out for it." Saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea to check with his star chart. Yang Kai opened his eyes a short time later and returned to the starship with Qian Yu. Ordering the disciples to adjust the starship's heading, they set off in the direction of a certain cultivation star. A few days later, a light blue star appeared in everyone's view. Looking at it from afar, this star seemed to be much smaller than Shadowed Star, possibly only a quarter the size. However, it was very beautiful and possessed an extremely rich world energy aura. There was no doubt that this was a bountiful cultivation star. Stopping here, Yang Kai took the starship into the sealed world bead before setting off. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the situation in the star field, he at least knew that Origin King grade starships were far too conspicuous. Even extremely rich and powerful forces like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would likely only have a few such starships. If they really rode the starship to this star, it would definitely arouse ill intentions from others. Yang Kai had only come here to search for someone, so he didn't want to cause any trouble. The lower strength disciples also entered the sealed world bead. With such an emperor artifact, Yang Kai found it much more convenient to act. All of the Third Order Origin returning Realm Masters and Qian Yu remained outside, using their star shuttles together with Yang Kai to approach the star. Half a day later, a group of 7 people set foot on this beautiful star. The world energy density here was similar to that on Shadowed Star, with neither having any significant advantage over the other. But Qian Tong and the others couldn't help breathing the air here exaggeratedly as they stood in place with constantly changing expressions, seeming silently perceiving something. Suddenly, Qian Tong let out a loud laugh and smiled extremely brightly. "There's no suppression here. I feel as if the shackles that had been binding me have suddenly disappeared." Mo, you also had an exhilarated expression and a spirited look. Yang Xiaozhu and the other High Heavens sect elders were the same, all of them looking around, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. "Congratulations." Yang Kai naturally knew what they were talking about, grinned, and congratulated. This cultivation star did not have the same world principle suppression of Shadowed Star, which meant that the powerful invisible shackles which had prevented them from gaining a deeper understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao had disappeared. This meant there was now hope for them to break through to the Origin King realm. The excitement of these 5 was difficult to describe. Yang Kai, this old master will never forget this benevolence. Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai and declared seriously. Mo, you also quickly thanked him. If not for Yang Kai taking them away from Shadowed Star, they would be like all of their ancestors, dying of old age without ever having an opportunity to reach the Origin King realm. This opportunity was given to them by Yang Kai. Elder Qian is too polite. "It's all right. Let's find a place to stay first. Perhaps we will be here for a while." Yang Kai turned his gaze towards a city in the distance and said, Although there is no world principle suppression here, whether it is suitable to break through here or not, we'll need to investigate first." Qian Tong nodded in agreement. Everyone reached a consensus and immediately set off for the distant city. Inside one of Green Water City's tea houses, Yang Kai and his group sat around a large table. The young shop hand offered a pot of spirit tea and was about to withdraw, but was stopped by Qian Tong. What are Senior's orders? The shop hand bowed to Qian Tong with a smile on his face. With so many people coming and going from this shop hand had long developed a pair of sharp eyes, so although he couldn't feel what kind of cultivation Qian Tong possessed, he knew that this group was filled with masters, so naturally he dared not show any neglect. Qian Tong smiled kindly. Don't be nervous, young man. This old master stopped you just to ask you a few questions. And if you answer well, these are yours. Saying so, Qian Tong took out a few pieces of high-rank Saint crystals and threw them on the table. The shop hand's eyes bulged at that moment. By serving tea and water here, he could perhaps earn 2 or 3 low-rank Saint crystals per month. So these few high-rank Saint crystals on the table were a shocking amount of wealth for him. By being frugal, he wouldn't have to worry about eating and drinking for the rest of his life. He quickly nodded and bowed deeply. Please ask, Senior. If this little one knows anything, he will surely say it. Although this little one is just an ordinary person who has not cultivated, he is still a native of this place. If Senior wants to know something, this little one will surely not disappoint. Very good. Qian Tong nodded, satisfied that the shop hand was so cooperative and asking directly. This old master wants to ask you, are there any Origin King realm masters on this star? Origin Kings? The shop hand looked at Yang Kai and the others gathered around the table in amazement before wearing a look of understanding and laughing. Seniors should not be natives of my Green Mountain star. Yes, you're quite sharp. Qian Tong didn't try to deny it. After all, if he was born on this star, he wouldn't be ignorant of this kind of thing. An Origin King was a peak existence on any cultivation star, so if such a master lived on Green Mountain star, they would surely be famous. The shop hand laughed dryly. Senior jests. This little one was speculating thoughtlessly. But since several seniors have come to Green Mountain star at this time, why do you not even know about such things? Why should we know about them? Qian Tong coldly snorted. The shop hand didn't panic nor become anxious, simply answering, since several seniors are here, this little one assumes you have come for the grand event. Although it's still a bit early, that should not matter much, it's only another 2 years or so before it begins. And regarding whether there are Origin Kings here, heh. When did Green Mountain Star lack a master of this level? He wore a proud expression, as if Origin Kings could be seen everywhere on this Green Mountain Star. Everyone exchanged a glance and saw the interest in each other's eyes, signaling for the shop hand to continue talking. Truthfully, there are now 2 or 3 Origin Kings on our Green Mountain Star. At its peak, Green Mountain Star had more than 10. 2 who had reached the peak of the third-order Origin King realm. 2 third-order Origin Kings? Qian Tong and the others trembled, their eyes bulging slightly, shocked by the words of the shop hand. Is that really true? Mou asked in a deep voice. This little one would not dare to lie. Everyone knows about this kind of thing. If Senior wishes to confirm it, it will be as simple as asking around. So this Green Mountain Star is quite suitable for breaking through to the Origin King realm? Qian Tong's eyes brightened as his face filled with excitement. Although he didn't feel world principal shackles here like on Shadowed Star, he still needed to inquire about whether it was suitable to stay here and attempt a breakthrough. Now that he obtained such information from the shop hand, he was of course quite happy. Naturally, the shop hand nodded his head with a triumphant look. Did several seniors not come here for this matter? You can even see this? Qian Tong was surprised. Senior must be joking. Although this little one is an ordinary mortal, word of this once-in-a-lifetime event has already spread across all of Green Mountain Star. Even 3-year-old children have heard about it now, so how could this little one be ignorant of it? The shop hand replied seriously. Wait, what once-in-a-lifetime event? Yang Kai looked at him curiously. This shop hand had mentioned something about this before, but Yang Kai hadn't cared too much. Every cultivation star has its own customs and special events. For example, Shadowed Star's flowing flame sand field only opened once every few hundred years. This Green Mountain Star obviously had similar occasions. However, listening to what the shop hand said, it seemed this particular event was somehow related to Qian Tong and the others' breakthrough, so Yang Kai immediately took an interest. Hearing his question, the shop hand was stunned and scratched his head before asking, Was I mistaken? Did several seniors not come here to participate in the blood prison trial? Blood prison trial? Qian Tong and others looked at each other with blank expressions. Tell us in detail, what is this blood prison trial? Yang Kai threw a few more pieces of high-rank Saint crystals on the table and said lightly. The shop hand gulped hard as his face filled with joy. Knowing he had run into some rich and powerful masters today, he dared not be negligent, quickly cleared his throat and said, "The blood prison trial is specifically for powerful masters such as several seniors." Why do you say that? Qian Tong raised his brow. Because those who participate in the blood prison trial are all top masters at the third order origin returning realm. This little one has heard that these masters participate because they can obtain an opportunity to break through to the origin king realm. The shop hand said enthusiastically. Really? Qian Tong suddenly stood up, his expression extremely excited. The shop hand was taken aback but quickly nodded. This little one dares not deceive several seniors. Everything this little one has said about the blood prison trial is true, but as for the specific situation, this little one is unfortunately ignorant. Several seniors should also be able to see that this little one is just an ordinary person who has never even cultivated before, so I do not know the details of the blood prison trial. Then what do you know? Yang Kai signaled Qian Tong to sit down again before turning to the shop hand to ask. This little one knows that each of the lords that managed to achieve their origin king's realm in Green Mountain Star has participated in the blood prison trial. Not only them, but there are also many origin kings from other cultivation stars who came to this star to participate in the blood prison trial. There are cultivators from other cultivation stars here right now? Qian Tong frowned. Yes, as early as a few years ago, some cultivators from other cultivation stars arrived on Green Mountain Star, but their number isn't that large. However, as the time approaches for the trial to begin, more and more people will come here, which is why this little one thought that several seniors. The shop hand glanced around at Qian Tong and the others anxiously. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Good. Talk about this blood prison trial. Just tell us whatever you know. Even if it's some trivial details or rumors, we won't mind. Qian Tong and others echoed this sentiment as they turned expectant looks towards the shop hand. The shop hand calmed himself for a moment before he began explaining again. The blood prison trial was the biggest event on Green Mountain Star, and it only occurred once every 1,000 years. Every time this trial opened, it would attract a large number of third-order origin returning realm cultivators. But the trial itself was quite bloody and many cultivators would fall during it. But just as there were great dangers, great opportunities also existed. Quite often, new origin kings would emerge from this trial. Sometimes there would be more than one. So even if it was dangerous, third-order origin returning realm masters flocked to it. This trial was no different from bringing thousands of masters together to cross a single-plank bridge. Throughout the starfield, there were countless third-order origin returning realm masters, but origin kings were extremely rare, and even though there were many opportunities to be had inside the blood prison trial, it was still extremely difficult to break through. Many, if not most of the third-order masters who rushed into the blood prison trial would fall, and perhaps none of them would be able to break through when all was said and done, but that was still not enough to extinguish the determination of those masters to pursue great heights. The reason why the blood prison trial had such a magical effect was because of the existence of domain. There were many pockets of incomplete domain inside the blood prison trial which third-order origin returning realm cultivators could absorb, and if they could gain enough comprehension regarding domain, they would have a chance to break through. Why is this blood prison flooded with the power of domain? And why are these domains incomplete? Qian Tong asked curiously. It is said this was the result from a great war. The shop hand had an innate gift for storytelling, so his explanations were clear and easy to understand. According to his description, the blood prison was once a battlefield where more than 20 origin kings and a large number of their subordinates fought. In an ancient era, Green Mountain Star had two top masters at the third-order origin king realm, and even considering the entire starfield, these two were amongst the strongest. Each of these origin kings led a great force and were bitter enemies with one another, with many grudges and fights between their respective forces. These grievances piled up for hundreds, even thousands of years, and eventually came to a head where even the two great masters became personally involved. Not only that, but the two masters also widely invited their friends and allies to come and assist them. Friends of Origin Kings were naturally other Origin Kings. And so, a battle which could destroy stars broke out somewhere on Green Mountain Star. In that battle, not only did more than 20 Origin Kings participate, but innumerable disciples from various sects and forces were involved. The casualties were countless. No one knows what the final result of that great war was, only that when it ended, the land was covered in mountains of bones and rivers of blood. From the 20-odd Origin Kings who participated, it seemed like none survived. From then on, this place had been called the Blood Prison by the people of Green Mountain Star, and it was rumored that the land inside was still dyed red, as if the blood split during that battle still remained. This was how the Blood Prison was formed. Inside the Blood Prison, there were all kinds of broken domains, their power dangerous and unpredictable. Those below the Third-Order Origin Returning Realm who entered basically could not survive. Only those at the Third-Order Origin Returning Realm, at certain times, could delve into the Blood Prison to try to gain benefits from the broken domains. If one was lucky enough, they may be able to break through to the Origin King realm. If this was all, though, it may not be enough to attract so many Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Masters. However, it was also rumored that there were still artifacts used by those ancient Origin Kings inside the Blood Prison. Each of those artifacts was Origin King grade, treasures difficult to find in the outside world. It seemed that the inheritance of the two top masters was also hidden somewhere inside. If someone could obtain one of these inheritances, they could undoubtedly break through to the Origin King realm in the future, and possibly even reach the height those two masters reached in time. With so many temptations and all kinds of benefits, the Blood Prison had an allure that many found difficult to resist. Whenever the Blood Prison trial opened, Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Masters who heard the news would come from all over the star field to participate. This was also the liveliest time on Green Mountain Star. It was still 2 or 3 years until the next Blood Prison trial would start, so the shop hand misunderstood Qian Tong's questions. He thought Qian Tong and the others had come here to participate in the Blood Prison trial after hearing the news. Inside the tea house, a group of 7 people sat quietly. Qian Tong and the others were understandably excited and unable to calm down for a long time. The news they heard from the shop hand caused them to be overjoyed. Originally, as long as they were able to break away from the shackles of the Shadowed Stars world principles, they would have been satisfied. But now they knew that their arrival on Green Mountain Star had actually coincided with such a golden opportunity. For those who had been struggling on Shadowed Star their whole lives to pursue a higher martial Tao, nothing could have sounded sweeter than this news. There was no need for discussion. Everyone could see the intent in each other's eyes. Obviously, they wanted to participate. All of you don't need to be so anxious. If what that shop hand said is true, there will still be some time before the Blood Prison trial opens. If you are interested in participating, you can spend some time here to inquire about the news before making a final decision. Yang Kai glanced around at them. Yeah, that shop hand was just an ordinary person, so although the Blood Prison trial is truly a sensational once-in-a-thousand-year event, he probably doesn't know too much about it. We should first go confirm this news with other sources. Yang Xiaozhu gently nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. In that case, let's stay. It's still too early anyway. If it's really that good here, we won't leave for the time being. Qian Tong suggested. Agreed. Mou nodded. After a brief negotiation, they quickly found a good inn in this green water city to stay at and reserved a few rooms for an extended time. Yang Kai, however, did not remain. After entrusting Qian Yu to Qian Tong and the others, he left Green Water City alone and flew off on his star shuttle. He needed to see if Su Yan was here on Green Mountain Star. Based on the connection between him and Su Yan, if she was living on this cultivation star, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find her. As long as the two of them were within a certain proximity, they would naturally sense one another. What's more, Su Yan's ice soul bead was still in Yang Kai's hands, and this thing would surely have some reaction if Su Yan was nearby. Yang Kai acted swiftly, sitting above his star shuttle full of anticipation as he flew around Green Mountain Star. Across lofty mountains and expansive plains, large tracts of land were left in Yang Kai's wake. As time passed by, however, he gradually grew disappointed. Green Mountain Star was the closest cultivation star to where Qian Yu and Su Yan had been separated, so there was a great possibility of the latter winding up here. Still, this cultivation star was a few months' journey away from that place. Yang Kai felt that Su Yan shouldn't have gone any further than that. But after a long search, there was no trace of Su Yan and no reaction from her ice soul bead, a result that surprised him. Su Yan wasn't here. 6 months passed, and Yang Kai had now covered almost all of Green Mountain Star in his search, but the final result disappointed him. Standing above a lone peak, Yang Kai looked out at the distant scenery, a feeling of loneliness filling his heart. Having not found Su Yan, his mood was naturally quite sour. In the jungle behind Yang Kai, a pair of wild eyes stared towards him, and under the cover of the brush, a figure silently approached. This was the territory of a powerful monster beast, and without its permission, no other creatures could set foot on it. Any who dared to violate this rule had become a meal for this monster beast. This monster beast had its own sense of intuition, and as it stared at Yang Kai quietly, it realized that this person's strength wasn't too great, so it was preparing to teach him the consequences of infringing on its territory. With the help of the wind direction, this monster beast was able to eliminate its scent as it crept closer to Yang Kai step by step, looking for the best place and time to attack. Suddenly, it saw Yang Kai turn his head and glanced towards its hiding place. "Seems your luck is quite bad," Yang Kai murmured as he grinned menacingly. This smile caused the monster beast to shiver down to its bones as an extremely uneasy feeling suddenly spread from the bottom of its heart. Before it could move, though, Yang Kai waved his hand and his 3 great helpers appeared around him. Carrying the heaven-shaking pillar, the stone puppet Xiao suddenly turned into a stone giant. The artifact spirit cried out as it transformed into a giant red firebird. The dragon bone sword released an amazing pressure, and accompanied by a resounding dragon roar morphed into a giant green dragon dozens of meters long. The monster beast's eyes flashed an almost human-like look of terror as he quickly turned around and hurriedly tried to escape. It knew at this moment that it had chosen the wrong target. "Kill it," Yang Kai ordered bluntly. The earth trembled immediately as Xiao chased after the monster beast, leaving deep footprints on the earth every time he took a step. The firebird turned into a red streak of light that also quickly approached the fleeing monster beast, incinerating the trees it passed by in an instant. The giant dark green dragon followed closely behind. Yang Kai exhaled lightly, as if he was trying to spit out the depression in his heart before he too tagged along in a leisurely manner. Right then, his mood was quite low, so when this monster beast dared to treat him like prey, it was simply seeking its own death. Yang Kai needed something to vent his frustrations on. The roars of the monster beast and the dull growls of Xiao were heard from up ahead, sometimes mixed with the cries of the firebird and the roars of the dragon bone sword. The surrounding world energy aura fluctuated as the massacre in the jungle took place. Although this monster beast wasn't weak, being at the pinnacle of the 9th order, just 1 step away from breaking through to the 10th order, how could it possibly be the opponent of the combination of the stone puppet, firebird, and dragon bone sword? Even escaping was impossible. There was no suspense about this battle, and by the time Yang Kai strolled over, the monster beast that had just been eyeing him as a snack was now lying on the ground dead. Its waist had been broken, with bone fragments poking out from its flesh, seemingly having been smashed by the heaven-shaking pillar. Its fur was also scorched black from the artifact spirit's flames. The giant dark green dragon, meanwhile, hovered over its corpse, seemingly wanting to swallow its physical essence. Yang Kai stopped it, however, as he walked up to this monster beast's corpse and unhurriedly sent a golden blood thread into its body. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the golden blood thread swam through the monster beast's body like a fish through water. A bizarre scene appeared next as the monster beast's corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the energy contained in its body seemed to be swallowed by something. Yang Kai observed this scene indifferently, as if he had been expecting to see it. After a while, the monster beast's corpse became a withered husk, with even its monster core disappearing. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a golden red thread flew out from this corpse and like a tiny snake danced between his fingers. Looking at this threat quietly, Xianxia showed a look of surprise and joy, his previous depression abating somewhat. With a single thought, the golden blood thread in his hand suddenly twisted and squirmed before transforming into a monster beast. This monster beast looked almost no different from the one which lay dead before him. Even its shape and size were nearly identical while its eyes turned about, seemingly possessing great spirituality. The only difference was that it was transformed from Xianxia's golden blood thread and had a two-toned gold and red color. This was the second type of transformation the golden blood thread could undergo. This transformation was recorded in the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique. Xianxia had thoroughly comprehended it long ago, but had not had a chance to use it until now. The first advanced manipulation technique of the golden blood threads was the ability to integrate and condense several different golden blood threads into various shapes to perform different actions. The second, however, allowed the golden blood thread to absorb a monster beast's physique and spirit, allowing the golden blood thread to transform into a replica of that monster beast. This was one of the miraculous uses of the golden blood thread secret technique. Whichever senior expert created this secret technique was a true genius. Inside the Emperor Garden, Xianxia had fought against the glamorous temple master of Demon Blood Temple and seen her two demon blood threads transform into two lifelike snakes. He had been very curious at the time about how she had accomplished this. Later, he had obtained the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique and understood the mystery. Each golden blood thread was condensed from a drop of Xianxia's golden blood, and each could absorb and fuse itself with the physical essence of a monster beast and the energy in its monster core, after which it could transform into one of these so-called blood beasts. The two bloody snakes the Temple Lord of Demon Blood Temple had used were blood beasts transformed from her demon blood threads. Blood beasts could inherit a monster beast's abilities from when it was alive, and because it was transformed from Xianxia golden blood, it was directly linked with his soul, allowing him to manipulate it like he would his own limbs. Before, on Shadowed Star, Xianxia had not had time to find a suitable monster beast, so he had not cultivated any blood beasts. Now that he had chanced upon a suitable test subject, Xianxia wasn't about to just let it go. With the assistance of all his helpers, he had easily succeeded. Releasing his divine sense and examining this blood beast, Xianxia nodded gently in satisfaction. As far as aura was concerned, this blood beast formed from his golden blood thread should be equivalent to a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. This strength was somewhat lower than the original monster beast it was condensed from, but the difference wasn't too great. The most important thing, however, was that Xianxia had more than one golden blood thread. As long as there were sufficient monster beasts, Xianxia could transform all of his golden blood threads into blood beasts. At that time, with hundreds of blood beasts being released together, even if he had to face an origin king, Xianxia would not be helpless. However, it wasn't easy to find appropriate monster beasts, so this kind of plan had to be implemented slowly. As he was thinking about this, Xianxia lightly reached out towards the blood beast. The blood beast immediately shrank and in the blink of an eye became only the size of a pigeon egg, its figure landing lightly on Xianxia's palm. Xianxia smiled slightly, but just as he was about to store it away, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes fixed on the lifelike blood beast on his palm, a pensive look covering his face. Seemingly lost in thought, Xianxia sank into a state of comprehension. Only after a long time did Xianxia's body shiver and his eyes flashed a profound light, muttering out loud, "Only a pill with spirituality can be called a spirit pill. So that's it." At this moment, he somewhat understood the meaning of the words that had confounded him for so long in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Although it was just a guess, it was worth a try. If it succeeded, Xianxia would finally be able to successfully refine Origin King-grade spirit pills and officially rise to the rank of Origin King-grade alchemist. "Disperse, stand guard for me nearby, and don't let anything disturb me," Xianxia commanded. His three helpers immediately scattered and established a strict perimeter nearby. Xianxia sat down cross-legged, waved his hand, and summoned out his purple origin furnace along with several boxes containing herbs from his space ring. Xianxia picked up a jade box, opened its lid, took out an Origin King grade herb from it, then placed it directly into the purple origin furnace. Conflagrated spiritual energy burst out, and Yang Kai began heating the furnace to condense the herb inside into medicinal liquid. He went about this task with familiarity and ease. Yang Kai had lost count of how many times he had repeated this process aboard the starship, so he was crystal clear about each step. He felt he had made no mistakes in the timing and temperature he used for each herb, but still hadn't figured out why he wasn't able to refine an Origin King grade pill. But now, he had an extremely bold conjecture. Whether this idea could be realized or not had yet to be verified though, so he still acted extremely cautiously, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. Each Origin King grade herb was placed into the purple origin furnace and under the tempering of Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy, and with the help of various spirit arrays, these herbs were transformed into medicinal liquids, merged with each other, and underwent profound and mysterious changes. Yang Kai's demeanor became more and more focused, his actions of adding herbs becoming more and more careful. Each spirit array was portrayed precisely using his conflagrated divine sense and inserted into the purple origin furnace to assist with the refining of herbs at precisely the right time. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion without the slightest of mistakes. As time went by little, fine beads of sweat began appearing on Yang Kai's forehead. Refining an Origin King grade pill was still a great test for him, not only because of the demands on his spiritual energy control but also because of the psychological burden. He felt a mountain of pressure. Faint fragrances began diffusing from the purple origin furnace, an indication that the various medicinal liquid had begun to fuse properly, a positive sign. However, Yang Kai did not celebrate yet. During the 2 years aboard the starship, he had smelled medicinal fragrances from the purple origin furnace countless times, but never once had he succeeded in refining a true spirit pill, always winding up with burnt failed products. It was what came next that was the most critical moment in alchemy. This was the final step in a 1,000-step journey, and as Yang Kai gently inhaled the medicinal fragrances, monitoring their development, he looked for a suitable opportunity. The aroma gradually thickened, and soon, a unique medicinal fragrance filled the surrounding 1,000-meter radius, refreshing the sense of all who smelt it. At a certain moment, when this fragrance reached the height of its potency, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed brilliantly. It was now. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai summoned a ball of gold and red light into his palm. Inside this ball of light was the phantom image of a monster beast that had been shrunk down countless times. Blood Beast. It was the blood beast that Yang Kai had just finished refining with his golden blood thread. Lifting the lid of the purple origin furnace, Yang Kai tossed the blood beast inside. Silently, under the huge power of his conflagrated spiritual energy, the blood beast instantly dissipated and completely merged into the medicinal liquid inside the cauldron. A faint bloody smell mixed in with the medicinal fragrance, but this did not create any sense of dissonance and instead only made the medicinal fragrance stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, faintly feeling that he had grasped the key point, but still not daring to neglect. Quickly urging his conflagrated spiritual energy, he continued to refine the medicinal liquid. The knowledge he had gained from comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture was transformed into the foundation of Yang Kai's alchemy skill at this moment, and his movements flowed smoothly without any hint of delay. The blood beast condensed from his golden blood thread, and the essence of a monster beast completely dissolved and transformed into a part of the medicinal liquid. The purple origin furnace shook suddenly, as if something unknown had happened inside, but Yang Kai quickly suppressed these tremors with his conflagrated divine sense. A clattering sound rang out from the purple origin furnace, as if there was some kind of living creature hitting its walls, trying to escape. Yang Kai remained focused, however. After a half cup of tea's time, the movement of the furnace gradually subsided. Yang Kai retracted his conflagrated spiritual energy and took a deep breath as he stared at the purple origin furnace solemnly and hesitantly. Whether he succeeded or failed would become clear in the next moment. Yang Kai couldn't be sure which result he had achieved in his alchemy this time, but at least he didn't smell anything burnt like before, so it was a good start. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards his purple origin furnace. Whatever the result was, It was better to simply take action and find out. The lid of the purple origin furnaces was lifted by Yang Kai, and at that moment, a stream of light flew out, circling only once before trying to flee towards the distance. "Where are you trying to run?" Yang Kai shouted as he stretched out his hand towards the streak of light, swiftly grasping it. Although he grabbed hold of the stream of light, Yang Kai still held it gently as he felt it struggling and resisting. Soon, this struggle subsided, as if whatever it was had accepted its fate. Yang Kai opened his fist and stared at his palm carefully. A pale, silver pill, about the size of a longan, appeared before his eyes, and although its fragrance was not as strong as when it was being refined, when Yang Kai inhaled this scent it gave him a completely different feeling than previously. It was significantly more refreshing than before. An Origin King grade spirit pill. Under the examination of Yang Kai's divine sense, he could determine that the medicinal efficacies contained in the spirit pill were indeed Origin King grade, and although it was only a low-rank Origin King grade pill, it was of extremely high quality. Yang Kai's face filled with joy as he carefully studied this pill, letting out a hearty laugh after a while. He finally understood the meaning of the phrase, "Only if a pill had a spirit could it be called a spirit pill." This Origin King grade spirit pill was the best proof. His golden blood thread was rich in spirituality, and the blood beast which had been transformed from his golden blood thread was even more so. As such, using that blood beast during the refinement process had allowed Yang Kai to produce an Origin King grade spirit pill. Could be said that before he refined this pill, everything had only been speculation. But now it had turned into confirmation. A pill would not obtain spirituality for no reason. Even peak-level Origin King grade herbs could not possibly possess spirituality unless they had mutated to become world spirit treasures that had their own sense of sentience. As such, one needed to use something that had spirituality to refine it. In other words, a pill spirit. As long as Yang Kai could imbue a pill spirit, he could refine Origin King grade spirit pills. His blood beast has served as the pill spirit of this spirit pill. It was when Yang Kai saw the rich spirituality of his blood beast that he suddenly had an epiphany, and after trying it out, it worked just as he suspected. Yang Kai didn't know how other Origin King grade alchemists refined their Origin King grade pills, but the method he now used was perfectly acceptable. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture had not clearly guided him to this result. It was an original method he had developed all on his own. If 1,000 alchemists studied the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, they would produce 1,000 different interpretations. Yang Kai had now discovered his own alchemic way from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The pill in hand was a 3 spirits cleansing pill that could be used to increase one's cultivation. In terms of Origin King grade pills, it wasn't very high grade, and although its value was still quite good, it was by no means a heaven-defying treasure. At the very least, it was a bit wasteful to use a blood beast refined from a golden blood thread as its pill spirit. Although the method Yang Kai had discovered was feasible, if he were to really use this method for all his alchemy in the future, it likely wouldn't be long before Yang Kai exhausted his supply of golden blood threads. Yang Kai couldn't afford this kind of consumption. But how could he improve upon this result? Yang Kai was not satisfied with this momentary success and instead fell into contemplation. Soon he had a new idea. Since a blood beast, which had spirituality, could become a pill spirit, then perhaps a pure golden blood thread or even just a drop of his golden blood would suffice. Additionally, perhaps the spirit of a monster beast could also be used. As soon as he thought of this, Yang Kai immediately went into action and began verifying his own ideas. Half a day later, another 3 spirits cleansing pill appeared in Yang Kai's hands. This spirit pill had been refined using a drop of Yang Kai's golden blood. Comparing the 2 spirit pills together, Yang Kai surprisingly discovered that the first batch of 3 spirits cleansing pill he had refined actually had a denser medicinal efficacy than the second batch. Realizing this, Yang Kai adjusted his thinking again. Instead of continuing with his alchemy, Yang Kai began searching for appropriate monster beasts in the jungle. 1 month later, Yang Kai held a jade bottle in his hand. This bottle was filled with Origin King grade spirit pills, each one a pale silver color. In order to refine this bottle of 3 spirits cleansing pill, Yang Kai had expended a great deal of effort. The number of monster beasts above the 8th order, he had killed alone numbered several dozen. After some experiments, he determined that his previous ideas were feasible. To refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, he didn't need to use his own golden blood as a pill spirit. Any existence that had spirituality and did not conflict with the herbs could become a pill spirit. For example, the spirit of a monster beast. Xianxia had his demon eye of annihilation, and it had incorporated the power of the colored glass divine light, so it was an easy task for him to suppress and collect the soul of a monster beast. By integrating this monster beast spirit with the necessary herbs, he could give the pill spirituality. However, Origin King grade spirit pills had high requirements for their pill spirits. The spirit of a 7th order monster beast was completely insufficient, 8th order was passable, while 9th order was the best choice. If he could use the spirit of a 10th order monster beast, Xianxia felt he could even refine a spirit pill that formed pill veins. In addition to monster beast spirits, world spirit treasures that had formed sentience could also fulfill the role of a pill spirit. The higher the grade of pill spirit used was directly related to the probability of successfully refining a spirit pill. After many experiments and failures, Xianxia had created a basic framework for success. He had gained a lot. 1 month's hard work had resulted in a bottle of Origin King grade spirit pills and consumed countless materials, but it also marked his official promotion to Origin King grade alchemist, allowing Xianxia to stand at the pinnacle of the Starfield's alchemic way. His method of refinement was his own original creation, and only he could use it. It would be extremely difficult for others to capture the spirit of a dead monster beast and integrate during pill refinement, so even if someone were to steal Xianxia's alchemy method, they wouldn't be able to use it unless they cultivated a special soul-type secret technique which allowed them to produce similar results. The sublimation of Xianxia's alchemy skills had also deepened his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao, so although his cultivation realm hadn't changed much, his mastery of his strength was far superior to a month ago. After becoming an Origin King grade alchemist, the next step Xianxia needed to take was to study a particular alchemy technique. He had always thought that only one pill could be refined from a single batch of herbs. This was also how he had done things since he began performing alchemy years. But the true alchemy enlightenment scripture had put forward a different and revolutionary opinion. Supposedly, one batch of herbs could actually be used to refine more than one pill. Using this method, if one's luck was bad, perhaps they would only be able to refine 3 to 5 pills at once, but with good luck and skill, one could refine 7 or 8 pills at once, while a perfect result would yield a full 10 pills. This theory allowed Xianxia to peer into a far vaster alchemy world. However, to produce such an astonishing result, one needed to utilize a special technique at the exact moment before pills were formed. This required a lot of experience and skill and was not something every alchemist could accomplish. This alchemy technique caused Xianxia's excitement to surge. In the past, the pills he refined weren't of very high grade, and the materials were easy to find, so there was no problem with only being able to obtain one pill from each set of materials. Backed by High Heaven Sect, Xianxia didn't need to worry about sourcing such materials. But now that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, the materials he needed to refine each spirit pill weren't just extremely valuable, they were also incredibly difficult to find and needed an appropriate pill spirit to successfully produce. Even with High Heaven Sect, there was no way so many materials could be found. However, if he could refine more than one spirit pill from a single set of materials, the profit for him would be enormous. This matter wasn't urgent though. Xianxia had just become an Origin King grade alchemist, and he would need to accumulate a vast amount of experience refining Origin King grade spirit pills before he could begin trying to comprehend more profound techniques. Half a month later, Xianxia returned to Greenwater City. He had not found Su Yen here, so he wasn't prepared to continue idling on this cultivation star. He still needed to return to Tongshen Realm as soon as possible so he could migrate his relatives and friends to Shadowed Star so they could have a better cultivation environment and resources. When he arrived at the inn where Chen Tong and the others had been staying, Xianxia released his divine sense to find them but was immediately shocked. Chen Tong and the others weren't here. This unexpected discovery caused his heart to clench as he wondered if Chen Tong and the others had some kind of accident. After all, when he had left that day, he had told them he would meet them back here around this time. Where had they gone? Xianxia frowned, took out a communication artifact, and poured his divine sense into it. A moment later, the artifact lit up as a new spiritual energy fluctuation appeared inside of it. Yang Kai quickly sank his mind into it. After hearing the message Qian Tong sent to him, Yang Kai was astonished. Rather than an accident, Qian Tong and the others were living quite well right now and became high-ranking guest elders of Green Water City through a series of events. This result surprised Yang Kai greatly. Putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai left the inn and walked towards a building at the center of Green Water City. When he got there, Qian Tong and the others were already waiting outside for him. Even though they hadn't seen each other for several months, none of them asked what Yang Kai had been doing, instead just enthusiastically welcoming him into the building. After having a few maids serve tea, they began explaining the situation to Yang Kai. Soon after Yang Kai left that day, the city lord of Green Water City personally came to visit Qian Tong and the others. This was not a surprise, however, as a group of 5-peak third-order origin returning realm masters could not be ignored, even on this Green Mountain star. What's more, Green Water City was just a small city, and besides the city lord and vice city lord, there were no other cultivators in this city who had reached the third-order origin realm. Qian Tong and the others arriving so suddenly had obviously put Green Water City's city lord on edge, not knowing what this group's intentions were. Worried, he came to inquire about Qian Tong and the others' purpose. After learning that Qian Tong and the others weren't from Green Mountain Star and had only come here to participate in the blood prison trial, Green Water City's city lord finally relaxed. Immediately, he invited Qian Tong and the others to serve as the elders of Green Water City. Qian Tong and the others didn't intend to agree at first, as Green Mountain Star was just a place for them to attempt to break through, and they would sooner or later return to Shadowed Star. Rashly agreeing to serve as an elder of a city here would be too irresponsible. However, after hearing out Green Water City's city lord's entire proposal, learning that he too intended to participate in the blood prison trial and that he wished for them to assist him in exchange for some inside information, Qian Tong and the others thought about it for a while and agreed. However, they refused to become official elders and instead decided to accept roles as guest elders. They had also informed Green Water City's city lord that they would be leaving Green Mountain Star after the blood prison trial. Green Water City's city lord readily agreed. This was why they no longer lived at the inn and had settled in a residence arranged for them by Green Water City's city lord. In the end, we're outsiders, so this city lord being wary of us is only natural. As is his desire to win us over, and since he is a native cultivator of Green Mountain Star, he clearly knows a lot more about the blood prison trial than we do, so joining him is beneficial to us as well. It's essentially an alliance of mutual interests, Qian Tong said lightly. And Yang Kai nodded. That's reasonable. Having a local on our side at least means we don't need to bother inquiring about intelligence on our own. Several seniors can manage affairs as you see fit. Just be careful not to get deceived or used by this Green Water City's city lord. After all, it's difficult to know the true nature of people from just their appearance. Qian Tong and the others laughed. Mou nodded. Sect Master Yang may rest assured. Although Green Water City's city lord is shrewd, from our contact with him, his character doesn't seem to be bad, and he should understand propriety in this situation. However, even if he tried to use some sort of scheme, we do not need to fear him. This junior was worrying too much. Yang Kai nodded. Good, since several seniors are all well here, then I can rest assured and leave. How long will it take you to come back? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly. I don't know, it could be as short as 1 or 2 years, possibly as long as 3 or 4 years. Hopefully, I can make it back before the blood prison trial, so I can join you to see the excitement inside. Yang Kai grinned. That would be for the best. If you are with us, this trial will be much safer. Qian Tong's spirit was roused, obviously extremely confident in Yang Kai's strength. The others also looked at Yang Kai and smiled, as if wishing him to go and return quickly. Yang Kai smiled back before turning to Qian Yu and asking, Do you want to come back to Tongxian realm with me? Or will you remain here? Me? Qian Yu showed a look of hesitation on her face. She really didn't know what choice to make. Tongxian realm was her and Yang Kai's homeland, so she missed it quite a bit. She had been forced to leave in the past. but now she had an opportunity to return to see the land where she grew up. However, while the scenery might have remained the same, the people she wished to see were no longer there. Everything related to Ice Sect should no longer exist, wiped away to the point where others might not even know Ice Sect once stood there. I'll stay. Qian Yu's beautiful eyes gradually became firm and she made a decision. Everyone I wish to see should be out here in the star field already, so going back will only sadden me. Rather, if I remain here, perhaps I can inquire about some useful news. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not trying to persuade her otherwise. She had made this choice for clear reasons. Then I shall be entrusting Qian Yu to several seniors. Yang Kai turned to Qian Tong and the others. You can rest assured, no harm will come to her as long as we old masters are here. After all, it seems Origin Kings are rare everywhere. Qian Tong gave a low laugh. Beneath the Origin King realm, they were the strongest, and with the 5 of them joining forces, it was highly unlikely anyone would dare find trouble with them. This MO won't be wordy then. We wish Sect Master Yang a good journey and a swift return. MO, you said solemnly. Sect Master must act carefully along the way. Yang Xiaozhu also said to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. After knowing that Qian Tong and the others were safe and sound, Yang Kai didn't delay in Greenwater City anymore, setting off the next day for home. Using his star shuttle, Yang Kai left Green Mountain Star and only took out the starship from the sealed world bead once he was a day's distance away. After setting the course, the starship quickly sailed off into the starry sky. In the past, Yang Kai boldly ventured into the star field with just a Saint Realm cultivation. Now, several dozen years had passed, and he could not help wondering what kind of changes had occurred in his homeland. Yang Kai's heart pounded as he suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia and anticipation while nearing his home. This mood only became more obvious over time. He made the starship return along the path he had traveled back then, feeling the changes in his mood, allowing all the sweetness and bitterness in his heart to condense and settle. His state of mind was consolidated without him even realizing it. Suddenly looking back, he was no longer the little boy he used to be. Now, he was a powerful second-order Origin returning realm cultivator, an invincible existence under the Origin King realm, and the sect master of High Heaven Sect. On Shadowed Star, his position was akin to beneath one, but above 10 million. Straightening himself up, like a tall spear, Yang Kai wore a proud and resolute expression. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction, releasing his divine sense at the same time. A beautiful scene appeared in his observation. Several massive stars, each emitting different attributes of energy, were gathered closely together at a certain place in the starry sky. And at the center of this cluster was a void where something seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai faintly. Even tens of millions of kilometers away, he could still feel this faint signal. The chaotic abyss. He had already reached this place. Yang Kai quickly returned to his senses, only then realizing he had lost track of time as he contemplated his old memories. This place was the first stop Yang Kai made after entering the star field. This was also the most dangerous and unpredictable region of the entire star field. In this seemingly peaceful and beautiful area, there was a hidden danger that no one could resist. Domain eruptions countless times more terrifying than ordinary starry sky storms could swallow up and shred starships with ease in this place. Yang Kai had been swallowed up by one such domain eruption and been dragged down to the strange floating continent where he had met Guizhou and learned all about the excitement and dangers of the star field from various masters. Back then, he hadn't been able to understand the mysteries of this place, but now that his strength had dramatically improved and his vision and insight had become sharper, he was able to comprehend some things he wasn't able to before. The massive amount of energy here was actually able to compress a section of space at its center, making it impossible to detect under normal circumstances, but every time a domain eruption occurred, a door to that compressed space would open. In the very center of the chaotic abyss was where that small world was hidden, the floating continent. Before Yang Kai left the floating continent with Guizhou and the others, he had left a thread of his divine sense behind in a hidden underground chamber. There was a giant mass of energy in that chamber, and Yang Kai even suspected that it was the floating continent's star source. At that time, his strength was too low, so he didn't dare to touch it rashly. Passing by here now, that thread of divine sense immediately formed a connection with him, as if calling him to it. Yang Kai did not respond, however. Although his current strength was completely different from when he originally came here, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could refine that massive energy. If a star source was so easy to refine, Guizhou would not have been trapped in that place for 2,000 years. Yang Kai still needed to wait until his strength grew stronger before he could attempt such a feat. The starship did not even slow down, and soon left the chaotic abyss behind as it flew straight towards Tongxian realm. The days aboard the starship were quite uneventful. Time passed by as Yang Kai quietly cultivated in seclusion. One day, though, a disciple came to knock on the door and reported, "Sect Master, we've arrived. We've arrived." Yang Kai opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing across them, and his figure flickered, leaving his room and entering the hall. At this time, the starship was quietly moored 1,000,000 or so kilometers outside a cultivation star. When the disciples in charge of controlling the starship saw Yang Kai appear, they all turned to him, waiting for his orders. Without Yang Kai's order, they didn't dare act rashly. However, was this cultivation star really the sect master's homeland? Why did it seem so desolate? When the disciples looked at Tongxian realm, they all felt puzzled. When Yang Kai's eyes landed on Tongxian realm, however, his expression dimmed slightly. In the past, his vision had not been profound enough, and he had never witnessed the wonders of the star field, so he wasn't able to judge Tongxian realm accurately. On the contrary, he used to think Tongxian realm was a rich cultivation land. But now that he had returned from the star field after several dozen years of cultivation and exploration, he could see what was wrong with Tongxian realm at a glance. It was old, an aged, desolate, and somewhat melancholic air lingered about this star, with a hint of gray in its aura, showing that it was clearly weakening. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He never knew his homeland was in such a state before, or perhaps he just never realized it was a problem until now. It seemed that on Tongxian realm, the Saint realm being the peak of the martial Tao, was not without cause. This was different from Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant, but cultivators were unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm due to the invisible suppression of its world principles. Tongxian realm, on the other hand, didn't have this kind of world principle suppression, but the world energy here was so thin that it simply couldn't meet the requirements for cultivators to advance to higher realms. The Saint realm was its limit. At this moment, Yang Kai gained insight into the source of Tongxian realm's deficiencies. "Sect Master, shall we?" The disciple to his side turned to him and respectfully asked his opinion. "Take us down." Yang Kai waved lightly. Receiving these orders, the disciples controlling the starship prepared to descend to the surface. The 100-meter-long starship passed through a gray layer into the atmosphere of Tongxian realm, loudly arriving on this seemingly backwards cultivation star. Yang Kai's divine sense expanded like a tide and instantly enveloped the surrounding 100-kilometer radius to determine their current position. The aura here was weak, but it was filled with demonic qi. The demon land? Yang Kai's brow rose. Tongxian realm was divided into 3 separate domains: the human territory, demon land, and monster domain, each ruled over by one of the 3 clans. Among these 3 regions, the human territory had the largest area, occupying almost 70% of Tongxian realm, followed by the demon land, and then the monster domain. Unexpectedly, upon his return to Tongxian realm, Yang Kai actually came directly to the demon land, a somewhat surprising result. Leisurely, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction. When he sent out his divine sense, he had detected several life auras at the edge of his perception, one of which had a 3rd-order Saint realm cultivation and also seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't immediately remember who it was. Few were capable of possessing a 3rd-order Saint realm cultivation in the demon land, the most likely candidate being one of the demon generals. The demon race originally had 4 demon generals, all of whom were 3rd-order saints. The other party had apparently noticed the starship's arrival and were hurrying over to investigate. Thinking it would be best to simply ask this party for information, Yang Kai lightly ordered, "Wait here." I'll go meet them. Saying so, his figure flickered and he arrived outside the starship to wait for the approaching party's arrival. A distance of 100 kilometers could be crossed in an instant by the current Xianxia. After having cultivated the Tao of space for so many years, Xianxia could ignore space and cross the void with ease. However, for a third-order Saint Demon General who did not have a suitable flight-type artifact, even if they went all out, it still took a cup of tea worth of time to cross this distance. A short time later, a large mass of black chi appeared in Xianxia's vision. This black chi was filled with a violent and bloody aura and several figures were hidden inside of it. The black chi billowed and soon came to a halt about 1,000 meters in front of Xianxia. As this black chi dispersed, the figures inside were finally revealed. A sturdy-looking man with a stern look on his face, holding a spear-like artifact, stood at their fore. At this moment, this man was staring forward in trepidation, his red eyes filled with shock. He wasn't looking at Xianxia, but rather at the starship behind Xianxia. As a demon general, he naturally knew that there was a similar existence buried deep beneath the demon capital. That was a vessel that the bone race had used to arrive on Tongxian realm many millennia ago. A special flight-type artifact which seemed to be called a starship. Unfortunately, that starship had been thoroughly destroyed by great demon god, leaving only a pile of broken metal behind. Even so, its very existence was a top secret and it had been sealed tens of thousands of meters below the demon capital. Could someone from beyond Tongxian realm have arrived here again? Thinking so, this demon general was taken aback. The last time this happened, great demon god had sacrificed himself to save Tongxian realm, a fact that the demon race took immense pride in. But now, who would be there to hold up the sky and save Tongxian realm? Perhaps that human race boy from back then might have this ability. After all, when the bone race reappeared, Tongxian realm's 3 clans had united under his leadership to defeat them. But it was said that he had left Tongxian realm more than 30 years ago, and so far there had been no news from him. Whether he was even alive or dead was unknown. A lot of distracting thoughts flashed through this demon general's mind, but having faced many great storms before he quickly composed himself, displayed the warlike nature inherent to the demon race, and shifted his eyes solemnly towards Xianxia. The next moment, however, he showed a dumbfounded expression, as if he had seen a ghost, opened his mouth wide, and pointed to Xianxia. You? He couldn't believe his eyes. Demon General Meng Gu, haha. It's been many years. How is Brother Meng doing? Xianxia grinned at him. Are you Holy Master Yang? Meng Ji's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He had never expected that the person who came here aboard this starship would be the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land. This boy was none other than the human race youth who had disappeared more than 30 years ago. When the bone race resurfaced, the 3 clans had joined forces, and Meng Gu had fought side by side with Xianxia. So he remembered his face, and now hearing Xianxia's voice, he immediately became certain of his guess. There was no doubt this person was that boy. This was nothing short of shocking. This boy hadn't been heard from for several dozen years. Yet now he appeared here, owning a starship like this. Where did he go all these years? It was rumored he left Tongxian realm to enter the starfield. Did he succeed? Thinking so, Meng Gu could barely contain his shock as he trembled slightly and his eyes glazed over. Yeah, it is this Yang. Does Brother Meng not recognize me? Xianxia chuckled. How could that be? Meng Gu shook his head. Although I've not seen you for many years, this Meng will never forget Holy Master Yang's face. Good. How has Zhang Yuan been doing in recent years? Xianxia asked again. You mean Sir Demon Commander? Meng Gu frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander of the demon race and a top master on Tongxian realm. Even though Xianxia was strong, and the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, in the end, that would only put him on par with Sir Demon Commander in terms of status. Proper etiquette would be to refer to Zhang Yuan by his title, rather than just his name. This boy's tone was simply too rampant, speaking as if he was an elder addressing a junior, naturally causing Meng Gu some discomfort. Replying in a flat tone, Sect Master Yang need not worry. Sir Demon Commander has been in good health and has been in retreat in the demon capital in recent years. While speaking, he released his divine sense to probe Xianxia, wanting to know how much the cultivation of this human youth had grown after several dozen years. If he remembered correctly, this boy should have been a first-order saint when he left, so after several dozen years, it was likely he had reached the third-order saint realm at most. However, after a brief sweep with his divine sense, Meng Ji's expression changed drastically. He discovered that he could not sense Xianxia's depths at all, and the moment his divine sense swept across him, it was like throwing a stone into the sea, unable to create the slightest ripple. How is that possible? Meng Ji's expression immediately became dumbfounded as his eyes bulged once more. With his third-order Saint Realm cultivation, even if Xianxia had also reached this height, he wouldn't be able to hide his cultivation from his divine sense exploration. Not even a Saint King, the realm great demon god had reached, could achieve this. Could it be that this boy had reached this level or possibly even higher? When this thought crossed his mind, Meng Ji's shivered from head to toe and his eyes filled with horror, hoarsely asking, "Holy Master Yang, what realm are you now? What realm?" Xianxia raised his brows. Meng Ji's movements were not missed by him, but Xianxia didn't mind. The demon race were all like this, straightforward and rebellious by nature. Pondering for a moment, Xianxia replied, "What realm I've reached would mean nothing to you right now, but you'll find out soon enough. And I'll have to trouble you to go to the demon capital and ask Zhang Yuan to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land to see me. I just came back, so I need to hurry back to Nine Heavens Holy Land." Meng Gu gulped hard, the confusion and fear on his face gradually receding, like a cornered beast that was surrendering. This time, he didn't care about Xianxia's arrogance, faintly guessing that Xianxia had reached a height beyond his imagination. This speculation made him shocked and terrified, and at the same time also some excited. "Holy Master Yang may rest assured. I will return to the demon capital immediately and inform Sir Demon Command of this news," Meng Gu quickly said. "And, right, one more thing." Xianxia scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Which direction is Nine Heavens Holy Land?" Meng Gu was stunned for a moment before pointing a certain direction. "Thanks." Xianxia smiled lightly before his figure flickered and disappeared. A moment later, the pitch-black starship slightly trembled before shooting off and disappearing from Meng Ji's vision. "Sir, who was that little human brat?" He was so arrogant he never even put "sir" into his eyes. A demon race man who followed Meng Gu called out in dissatisfaction. Although the relationship between the three clans had become more harmonious after they joined forces to defeat the resurgent bone race, that didn't mean there were no disputes between them, especially when it came to cultivation resources. Now, however, there wasn't an atmosphere of life or death enemies when different races met. Still, no one from the human race would dare trespass into the demon land at will. But now a human boy had appeared here, not putting Sir Meng Gu in his eyes, and even fearlessly called the demon commander by his name, causing this group of demon race members to feel quite dissatisfied. If it weren't for Meng Gu holding them back, these demon race members would likely have charged forward to teach that human boy a harsh lesson. "Shut up!" Meng Gu shouted. "That person is someone you cannot provoke. I cannot provoke. Even Sir Demon Command cannot provoke him. Don't even discuss him behind his back." "What? Even Sir Demon Command cannot afford to provoke him?" The several demon race members were shocked and their eyes bulged. "Who is he?" "His name, you've all heard before." Meng Gu frowned. "He is the Lord of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Xianxia." The faces of the several demon race members immediately became stern as they quickly held their tongues. Today, Nine Heavens Holy Land held a dominant position on Tongxian Realm, standing atop all of the three clans with countless Saint Realm masters at their disposal. No great force could be compared with it. However, although Nine Heavens Holy Land had reached the height of fame over these past few decades, their holy master had seemingly disappeared. Unexpectedly, the young man they just met was the holy master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. "A great change is approaching," Meng Gu murmured while looking up at the gray sky. Soon after, he turned around and hurried back to the demon capital. He needed to bring news of Yang Kai's return to Demon Commander Zhang Yuan as soon as possible. Nine Heavens Holy Land was situated on 9 tall peaks that formed a powerful spirit array. On Tong Xian Realm, Nine Heavens Holy Land enjoyed the highest reputation. There were innumerable masters in the Holy Land, and although it had not recruited any new disciples in recent years, its population was still quite large and had no shortage of wealth. The reason for this was not only because of the great power Nine Heavens Holy Land possessed, or the close ties it had to great forces of the human race, but rather because of the famous alchemist who resided here. Several top alchemists were living here all year round. Cultivators who came here to request alchemy basically always obtained the pill they desired. As long as one could pay enough remuneration and materials, they would leave with their requested pill after a few days. Relying on the income from alchemy services alone, Nine Heavens Holy Land never needed to worry about having enough cultivation resources. Outside the Holy Land's 9 peaks, a line several kilometers in length, composed of at least 1,000 cultivators, snaked back and forth. These cultivators were all waiting here to request alchemy services from Nine Heavens Holy Land, and as some left satisfied, others would join the line. Although the line was long, it was extremely orderly. Everyone kept their place, and any newcomer obediently joined the end of the line, with no one daring to try to jump the queue. Anyone who dared to do otherwise had already been taught a harsh lesson. Of the cultivators waiting in line, the ones who had been here the longest had been waiting for a month, but even they showed no impatience, simply standing there expectantly, waiting for the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land to greet them and accept their materials. To pass the time, these cultivators would talk amongst themselves, whispering rumors to one another or exchanging information. On this day, however, a young man suddenly walked towards the 9 peaks. His figure was heroic, and his eyes shone a profound light, but him looking around constantly made him look like someone from the countryside who had never seen the world. There also seemed to be a kind of nostalgia in his expression. After seeing the long queue, this sense of nostalgia only became more obvious. Looks like some things haven't changed. Yang Kai grinned, and while walking forward, he looked at the cultivators who came to request alchemy with interest. When he still lived in Nine Heavens Holy Land, such a scene outside the Holy Land was common. Unexpectedly, nothing had changed several dozen years later other than the fact that even more people were here to request alchemy services. "Hey brat, what do you think you're doing?" Suddenly an angry shout came from the crowd. Yang Kai turned his head and found a burly man glaring at him. "Where are you from, boy? You want to jump the line? Young man, if you want to survive, just go to the back and wait obediently. Don't think you're anything special. Everyone who comes here must follow the rules." "Humph. If he dares to jump in the line, I'll twist his head. Young man, go to the back and line up. If you're found by someone from Nine Heavens Holy Land, you'll only receive a harsh lesson. But if you provoke these people, your end will be miserable." Before Yang Kai could even say anything, many from the crowd began calling out, one after another discouraging him from acting rashly, many of them casting him pitiful or derisive looks, as if Yang Kai's end would truly be ugly if he didn't follow their advice. "I didn't come here to ask for alchemy." Yang Kai touched his nose. "Everyone who wants to jump in the line says that. Boy, it seems that you won't regret unless you see your coffin. Do you want father here to teach you a lesson?" The big man who yelled at Yang Kai first coldly snorted and clenched his fists as he stared at him menacingly. "I really didn't come here to ask for alchemy though," Yang Kai said helplessly. "Then what are you here for?" the big man asked reluctantly, his eyes filled with aggression, as if he wouldn't let Yang Kai off without first getting an explanation. "I'm just going home. I'm from Nine Heavens Holy Land." Yang Kai scratched his cheek. "You're what?" The big man scanned Yang Kai up and down, a clear look of disbelief on his face. Suddenly, he waved to the side and shouted, "Brother, please come over here." The one he called out to seemed to be a cultivator on patrol, and hearing this shout, the latter rushed over, took in the scene, frowned and asked, "What is it? Is there someone trying to break the rules again?" "Heh, fellow brother, take a look at this guy. He said he's from your holy land, but I say he's just trying to jump in the line." "Brother, Take a look and see if he is from your holy land. The big man pointed to Xianxia and said to the disciple of Nine Heavens' holy land. The disciple heard this and nodded before taking a careful look at Xianxia, a moment later shaking his head and saying, I've never seen this person before. Moreover, he doesn't have our holy land's robes or symbol anywhere on him. Saying so, he gestured to a mark on his own robes. Sure enough, this little brat is spewing nonsense. The big man looked at Xianxia mockingly, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Pretending to be a Holy Land disciple, you're dead. You don't know me? Xianxia asked the disciple. Should I know you? The other party snorted. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. Looking at your age, you probably joined the Holy Land not long ago. It's fine. Which elder is on duty here today? Hearing his question, the disciple's expression immediately became suspicious, uncertain if Xianxia was just talking nonsense or really had some relation to the Holy Land. Although he had grown up in the Holy Land since he was a child, he was now just 25 years old. When Xianxia was in the Holy Land, he hadn't even been born yet, so naturally he had never seen Xianxia's face. Surprised but not daring to be negligent, the disciple hesitantly said, It is Elder Shur who is on duty today. Elder Shur. Xianxia frowned, but soon a figure emerged from the depths of his memory and a slight smile appeared on his face. Shur Kuan. And the disciple was shocked, really not understanding who Xianxia thought he was, even daring to call Elder Shur directly by his name. And from listening to his tone, it seemed the stranger was quite familiar with Elder Shur. Take me to see him, he'll recognize me, Xianxia said casually, but soon changed his mind. Forget it, I'll go myself. Saying so, his figure suddenly disappeared. The group who were watching all had their eyes bulge as shock filled their hearts. What? Where did that guy go? The burly man from just now looked around, but he couldn't see any trace of Xianxia, a faint trace of sweat appearing on his brow. He thought he had provoked some kind of hidden master. Everyone else also had similar expressions on their faces, and for a time they felt a chill down their backs. Inside a pavilion not far away, at this moment, Shur Kuan was sitting cross-legged in meditation, seemingly comprehending something. Suddenly, Shur Kuan opened his eyes, as if sensing something, and shouted, Bold! He noticed at that moment that someone had broken into the pavilion. As one of the Holy Land's elders, his job here was to maintain order, but not even the disciples on guard duty could dare to disturb him without first asking for permission. Yet now some bold fool had actually rashly intruded while he was in the middle of comprehending a secret technique. Shur Kuan was naturally furious. Fortunately, he had not been at a critical moment in his comprehension, otherwise it was very likely he would have experienced cultivation deviation from being disturbed. He shouted sharply as he gazed towards the direction of the intruder. However, the next moment Shur Kuan's jaw dropped and he froze in place. Xianxia looked at him with a smile and called out, It's been many years since we last met, but it seems Elder Shur's temper has grown shorter. Holy Master! Shur Kuan exclaimed in shock. Never having expected the one who had disturbed his meditation was Holy Master Xianxia, who had been gone for several dozen years. At first, Shur Kuan could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them vigorously, but even after doing so, the person in front of him was still the Holy Master. Although Shur Kuan hadn't seen him in several decades, and the Holy Master was still quite young when he left, it seemed like the years had left no trace on him. Shur Kuan became so excited his body began trembling. Not bad at all. You've also reached the second-order Saint Realm. It seems you haven't been idling these years. Xianxia gently nodded, seeing through Shur Kuan's realm at a glance. Subordinate Shur Kuan greets Holy Master. Welcome back to the sect, Holy Master. Shur Kuan hurriedly half-kneeled on the ground, shouting in an excited voice. Get up! Xianxia waved his hand. Shur Kuan quickly got to his feet as he continued staring at Xianxia in disbelief, as if he was having a dream, pursing his lips for a moment and hesitating before asking, Holy Master, have you really returned? And I'm back. How is the Holy Land now? Everything is in order, Holy Master need not worry. Shur Kuan quickly replied. Because of the ups and downs of his mood, his blood seemed to be surging, causing his face to flush. Very good. Holy Master, please hurry back to the Holy Land. Since you left, Great Elder and the others have been worrying day and night. Once they learn you've returned safely, they will certainly be very happy. Shirkuan cupped his fists. Xianxia nodded. Come with me. Saying so, he stretched out your hand and wrapped Shirkuan in his Saint Chi. The next moment, both of them disappeared from the pavilion, and when Shirkuan looked around, he suddenly found that he and Xianxia had reached the inner sanctum of the Holy Land's 9 peaks. This is great. Nothing has changed. Xianxia stood midair as his divine sense swept across the Holy Land, nodding in satisfaction. Shirkuan was in something of a daze, not understanding how he had arrived at the inner peaks. But soon he realized that this was Xianxia's doing. But what exactly had he done? It was all too bizarre. Shirkuan felt both reverence and awe. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, took a step forward, heaved a deep breath, and shouted out to the 9 peaks. Holy Master has returned to the sect. This shout echoed throughout the 9 peaks. All movement in the 9 peaks seemed to be overwhelmed by this shout, and a strange atmosphere suddenly filled the Holy Land, along with complete silence. However, a moment later, the 9 peaks seemed to burst into a frenzy, with streaks of light shooting up from each of the peaks and rushing over at full speed. Inside the pill room, the Saint-grade alchemist Duwan was refining a clear snow pill, a Saint-grade low-rank pill. The person who requested this pill was also waiting outside the 9 peaks at the moment, and their status was not low, so Duwan had taken action personally. It had been more than a day since Duwan began, and at this moment the pill room was filled with a strong fragrance and a faint chill. Carefully controlling the heat, Duwan was staring at his pill furnace, preparing for the final moment where he would condense the pill. To the side, Chongbao sat with his great belly and rotund face, squinting his eyes as he observed and studied Duwan's refining techniques. The expressions of the 2 Saint-grade alchemists were both solemn and excited. These two had been the managers of alchemist guild branches in Grand Boulder City and Lightning Flash City respectively, holding great status, but after studying alchemy together in 9 Heaven's Holy Land, they had both promoted to the level of Saint-grade alchemist. So, they both resigned from their previous post and had joined 9 Heaven's Holy Land. In addition to the 2 of them, there was also Hongfeng, Hifeng, and Kong Ruoyu, who were all now Saint-grade alchemists as well. The alchemy level of Tongshen realm had undergone explosive growth since Xianxia had left, with all the credit being given to the Old Man of Heaven's Keep Li Rue's generous teachings, and the inspiration of Xianing Chong. Previously, only Li Rue had been a Saint-grade high-rank alchemist. The pill refining was now at a critical juncture, and Chongbao's small eyes narrowed tighter, filled with light as he sweat just as much as Duwan. Even they could not guarantee a 100% success rate when refining Saint-grade pills. Duwan's refinement being so smooth this time was a combination of his own skill as well as luck. At this most critical moment, there was no room for negligence or disturbance. However, right then, a loud shout suddenly came from outside, penetrating even the barriers around the pill room, reaching straight to the ears of the 2 Saint-grade alchemists. Duwan's old hands shook, and his Saint Chi became slightly disordered. Immediately after, a bang resounded from the pill furnace in front of him. A burnt smell soon filled the air. Duwan was stunned, and his expression contorted into a truly ugly one. Chongbao also frowned deeply. They had fallen short. That idiot Shirkuan. His life is over. Duwan will certainly hold him responsible for this failure. Chongbao immediately took pleasure in Shirkuan's misfortune in his heart. Old Chong, what did that boy Shirkuan just say? But contrary to Chongbao's expectation, Duwan did not get angry right away, instead turning a strange look towards him and asking, I didn't hear clearly. Chongbao shook his head. Although both of them had heard Shirkuan yelling something just now, Chongbao hadn't cared about its content because all his focus had been on the pill refinement. Did I hear him say something about the Holy Master? Duwan frowned. Holy Master? Chongbao was stunned, but soon seemed to think of something, and like a cat that's tail had been stepped on, his plump body showed unimaginable lightness as he leapt up from the ground and shouted, You mean that Holy Master? 9 Heaven's Holy Land had only one Holy Master, and that was Xianxia. Since Yang Kai had left, the position of Holy Master had remained vacant, but in the eyes of the cultivators of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, Yang Kai was and always would be their Holy Master. I could have sworn I heard Shirkuan saying something about the Holy Master returning to the sect. Duwan knit his brow. Are you sure? Chang Bao yelled. I'm not certain. The two looked at each other for a moment before both of them rushed out towards the door of the pill room where they were greeted by the equally flustered Hifeng, Hong Fong, and Kong Ruoyu. Dashing out of the pill room altogether, all of them showed spiritedness not inferior to youths hundreds of years their junior. Old ghosts. Wait for this old master. Chang Bao struggled to move his fat body as he yelled from behind. Of course, no one answered him, all of them only rushing out even faster. Atop another of the 9 peaks, inside a mountainside secret room, a rich demonic chi swirled. Inside this secret room, 2 beautiful women with closed eyes were synchronizing their breathing. One possessed a dignified and elegant air, while the other was cold and aloof. 2 vastly different temperaments. The former had a peak cultivation at the 3rd order saint realm, while the latter was a 2nd order saint. Both were wrapped in a thick swirling demonic chi, apparently cultivating some kind of secret technique. When Shirkuan's voice reached them, however, the 2 women opened their eyes involuntarily, with the dignified beauty turning to her companion, frowning and asking, Han Fei, did Shirkuan just say? The Holy Master had returned to the sect. The cold beauty heard these words and her tender body trembled, carefully thinking for a moment before she gently nodded. Her eyes suddenly met, before an amazing brilliance flashed across them. No longer giving any thought to the secret technique they were cultivating, 2 tender bodies wrapped in black chi rushed out of the secret room and soared up into the sky. Similar scenes were happening all over the 9 peaks. This was no doubt the liveliest the 9 peaks had been in the past several decades. At this moment, the masters here who were worshipped and admired by countless cultivators across Tongxian realm all suddenly seemed to lose all sense of dignity and turned into hot-blooded youths. When Holy Land Great Elder Su Hui ran out, he couldn't even be bothered using the doors and smashed his way through the walls of his palace directly, nearly causing it to collapse. Elder Yuing knocked over and broke a set of vases she had treasured for over 100 years in her hurry. Saintess and Linger had been bathing at the time but still leapt from her bathroom after hurriedly throwing on her clothes, not even bothering to dry herself. All of this was happening because of the words which had just echoed across the 9 peaks. The Holy Master had returned. Everyone wanted to know whether this news was true or not. Everyone wanted to see the face of the young man they had not seen in over 30 years. As such, everyone rushed out of the places they were staying and soared towards the source of the voice from just now. Streams of light swiftly came and gathered in front of Yang Kai. After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, everyone showed a look of pleasant surprise. Some were so joyful they were unable to stop themselves from weeping. All the elders of the Holy Land, Duwan, Chang Bao and the other alchemy grandmasters, as well as the leaders of the ancient demon clan, gathered together. Just in terms of saints, more than 10 were present. This was a force capable of sweeping the entire Tongxian realm, an existence no one dared to underestimate. It was precisely because of these people's existence that Nine Heavens Holy Land had become famous across Tongxian realm. Yang Kai's eyes swept across these familiar faces, and his heart could not help warming as a brilliant smile blossomed on his face. After not seeing them for several dozen years, all his old friends were still well. There could be no better news. It's really Holy Master. Holy Master is back. He's really back. Shouts of joy rang out from the crowd as everyone celebrated with excitement in their eyes. Subordinate Su Hui, together with all the Holy Land's elders, greets Holy Master. Welcome back to the sect, Holy Master. Su Hui had always been attentive to etiquette and despite his own excitement did not forget courtesy and hastily shouted. The other Holy Land elders also hurriedly saluted. There's no need for such formalities. I've simply come home. Yang Kai waved, an invisible force lifting everyone up. Master. On a different side, Li Rong, the leader of the ancient demon clan, called out through her tears. Han Fei, who was standing beside her, also had red puffy eyes. Xianxia had inherited the mantle of Great Demon God. So for the ancient demon clan who had served Great Demon God for generations, Xianxia was their lord and master, a position not even the current demon commander Zhang Yuan could compare to. So even if Xianxia was not in Nine Heavens' holy land, they had chosen to remain here to wait for him. In fact, for the ancient demon clan, the demon land was the ideal place for them to live, but out of respect for Xianxia, Li Rong had eventually decided to let the ancient demon clan settle in Nine Heavens' holy land. Looking at Xianxia's face, Li Rong's heart trembled. When Xianxia left, she had asked to follow him, to use her own life to protect him. But Xianxia was completely uncertain about his future at that point, so he didn't dare to bring Li Rong, making her stay behind. Over the past several decades, Li Rong had spent countless days and nights worrying. Whenever she thought about Xianxia being all alone in the vast outside world, she would have trouble sleeping and eating. She hated that she had not insisted on following him at that time and allowed her master to wander alone. She blamed herself greatly and felt truly tortured over the years. Now seeing Xianxia return safely, she could not help weeping with joy. "Don't cry. This is a happy occasion. I've returned, haven't I?" Xianxia laughed and comforted her. "Yes." Li Rong pursed her red lips and nodded in response. She would meet any of Xianxia's requests unconditionally. "Little brat, you came back?" At this moment, a cry of pleasant surprise suddenly came from the side. Xianxia turned his head and soon spotted Meng Wuya flying over. Even after not seeing him for several dozen years, Meng Wuya was still the same, dressing in extremely plain robes with his somewhat disheveled hair and beard. If he were to walk amongst a crowd, many would only think of him as a dirty old man, never realizing he was a peak third-order Saint Realm master. "Treasurer Meng, I trust you've been well since we last met." Xianxia smiled brightly. "Of course I have been good. Seems you've been living well yourself, you little brat." This old master can finally feel relieved. Meng Wuya nodded heavily, a pleased smile on his face. Meng Wuya could be said to have watched over Xianxia's growth from the very start. Back then, he had been hiding his identity and staying in High Heaven Pavilion as the treasurer of the Contribution Hall. He had first met Xianxia and became close because of his treasured apprentice Xianxia. So, after seeing Xianxia returning to this place several decades later, it was as if a big rock was lifted from Meng Wuya's heart. His concern for Xianxia was not inferior to anyone else's. Xianxia instantly began looking around, and noticing this, Meng Wuya seemed to know who he was looking for, grinned meaningfully and took the initiative to speak. "Ning Chong is at a critical moment of her retreat, so it's not convenient for her to see you, but I'm sure she will the moment she exits her seclusion. And as for your grandmaster, he does not live in Nine Heavens' holy land, but instead over at War Spirit Temple's former grounds together with your Yang family and the others from that side. And I'll visit them later." Xianxia took a deep breath, calming his mood a little. Back then, he had brought his relatives and friends from the Great Han Dynasty to Tongxian Realm. But since Nine Heavens' holy land didn't have enough space to house them all, Xianxia decided to have them stay in the former War Spirit Temple and shattering mystical palace ruins 1,000 or so kilometers away. These two great forces used to be enemies with Xianxia but were both wiped out by him in the end. However, their sect foundations were left behind, so it was the perfect ready-made place to settle the cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty. After several dozen years, his friends and relatives from the Great Han Dynasty had also settled down and developed steadily. Protected by Nine Heavens' holy land, they lived a safe and worry-free life, as if they had come to a paradise. With so many old acquaintances meeting each other, the atmosphere was naturally quite lively. The Holy Master returning to the sect was a grand, joyous event for Nine Heavens' holy land. After everyone welcomed Xianxia back to the main peak, Great Elder Su Hui ordered a big banquet to be arranged immediately. Anyone with even the slightest status in the Holy Land attended. No one asked Xianxia where he had been and what he had done these past few decades. All of them simply happy he had returned safely and was now sitting and chatting with them just as before. The atmosphere of the banquet was noisy, as everybody raised their glasses over and over again. Even women like Li Rong and Han Fei got drunk. This night was doomed to be sleepless. The banquet started at sunset and continued into the early morning. Most of the people present had already drunk several rounds, with only Su Hui remaining perfectly sober. At a certain point, Yang Kai called out to him, "Holy Master, what are your orders?" Su Hui asked respectfully, "How have the Hu sisters been all these years?" Yang Kai asked casually as he watched the sunrise over Tongxian realm he had not seen in so long. Reporting to Holy Master, the Hu sisters have been very well these past few years. The two of them have been cultivating diligently in Twin Spirit Pavilion, and with Wu Fa and Wu Tian's careful guidance, their growth has been quite astonishing. A few years ago, the two sisters broke through to the Saint Realm and took up the mantle of Tongxian Realm's most glorious rising stars. Yang Kai lightly nodded. His relatives and friends from the Great Han Dynasty had all basically been settled in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace. But the Hu sisters, who had inherited the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art, the foundational inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion, had chosen to live and cultivate there instead. With the aptitude of the two sisters and the magical secret art they cultivated, it was only natural for them to reach the Saint Realm after several dozen years. However, this was only the expected result on Tongxian Realms with its extremely thin world energy. If the two sisters had instead lived on Shadowed Star, their achievements would be far greater than this. They would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Chu Changfeng and Fang Tianzhong. Contact Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier and tell them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai ordered. Right away, Su Hui hurriedly responded, a sly expression suddenly appearing on his face. If they hear Holy Master has returned to the sect, they will likely hurry over on their own even without an invitation. Yang Kai glanced over at him sideways, to which Su Hui just smiled dryly. Also, send a message to the great seniors of the monster race asking them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land. I have something I wish to discuss with them. Yes, subordinate will see to it immediately. Does Holy Master have any other instructions? No, go on. Su Hui bowed and withdrew, not bothering to ask anything, simply going about the tasks he had been assigned. Looking back at the messy palace, Yang Kai grinned before his figure flickered and he disappeared to somewhere else on the Nine Peaks. The place he arrived at was none other than the room where little senior sister Xianxia was currently in retreat. Standing outside this cultivation room, Yang Kai could smell Xianxia's gentle scent and could not help feeling refreshed. He did not know what Xianxia was in retreat to cultivate, but he didn't intend to bother her, instead just quietly releasing his divine sense to check on her a bit. With his current tyrannical cultivation, this kind of silent investigation would be impossible for Xianxia to detect. He only wanted to see if everything was well with his little senior sister. But when his divine sense swept over where Xianxia was, he could not help frowning as a look of shock filled his face. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the second-order Saint King realm. How is that possible? Yang Kai almost thought something was wrong with his senses. He quickly and carefully investigated the situation, but no matter how he saw it, his previous thoughts seemed to be correct. Little senior sister Xianxia really was a second-order Saint King. Yang Kai was thoroughly astonished. Although he was now a second-order Origin Realm Master, a full great realm higher than little senior sister, that was because he had been in the star field for several dozen years. Only with the nourishment of abundant world energy and many opportunities was he able to possess his current cultivation. Even if little senior sister was an astonishing talent in Tongxian Realm, a place where the world energy aura was so thin, it should have been absolutely impossible for her to reach the second-order Saint King realm. The aura here simply could not meet the requirements to break through to such a realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that with this kind of cultivation, Xianxia already stood far above the peak of all of Tongxian realm. If she was willing to, she could subdue the entire star on her own. In the past, Great Demon God was able to reach the first-order Saint King realm, yet little senior sister had managed to go a step further than even him. But how did she do it? Yang Kai was startled and uncertain. Sometimes such an accident was not a good thing. He began to investigate Xianxia's status more carefully. But at that moment, the Saint Qi in Xianxia's body seemed to become disordered, and there were signs of it roiling through her meridians. Little senior sister unconsciously groaned as a look of pain appeared on her pretty face. Obviously, she was suffering greatly. Cultivation deviation. Yang Kai's complexion darkened, his figure flickering and arriving beside Xia Chong in the next instant. Stretching out his hand to her back, Yang Kai's powerful Saint Qi burst forth. Cultivation deviation was an extremely dangerous situation, and if he had been a cultivator in the same realm, there would have been nothing he could have done to help. In fact, external interference in such a situation would likely just make the situation worse. Ordinarily, cultivation deviation could only be resolved by the party in question through great effort and perseverance. But Yang Kai was currently an entire great realm higher than Xianxia in terms of cultivation, so it was not a problem for him to assist her. Under Yang Kai's guidance, the Saint Qi in Xianxia's body gradually stabilized, and the pained look on her pretty face subsided. Yang Kai finally felt relieved. As the disordered Saint Qi in her body was smoothed, Xianxia seemed to feel that someone was helping her, her long eyelashes trembling a few times before her beautiful eyes opened. The next moment, a mixed look of joy and loss flashed across her face. She smiled sweetly, stretched out her delicate jade white hand, and touched Yang Kai's cheek, whispering under her breath, "I can only see you in my dreams, so I hope this is a long one, so I won't have to wake up alone again." She obviously thought she was dreaming. Yang Kai felt a deep pain in his heart, as if someone had grabbed hold of it and clenched tightly, making it almost impossible to breathe. Although he opened his mouth, Yang Kai found no words. Back then, he had hot-bloodedly left Tongxian realm, and although his goal was to look for Su Yan, doing so had clearly caused Xianxia deep pain. But at that time, she had not tried to stop him in the slightest, instead supporting Yang Kai's decision completely. She had shown incredible kindness when she asked Yang Kai to find Su Yan and bring her home. After more than 30 years, though, Yang Kai still had not found Su Yan but had forced little senior sister to spend more than 30 years in loneliness. He felt deeply ashamed of himself for wronging this gentle and innocent woman and blamed himself entirely. Rest well. Everything is fine now." Yang Kai embraced Xianxia and gently poured his Saint Qi into her body, causing her to fall asleep. Xianxia blinked as a trace of nostalgia flashed across her beautiful eyes. She seemed unwilling to just fall asleep, and she wanted to keep her eyes open to continue gazing upon the man in front of her. But in the end, she could not resist Yang Kai's methods, and her eyelids eventually grew heavy, sealing shut as she breathed smoothly. Yang Kai stared at her with a gentleness in his eyes that could melt the coldest of hearts. Next, however, as he gently cradled her, his divine sense locked onto a certain position in Xianxia's body. His face suddenly becoming menacing, he shouted sharply, "Get out!" As he shouted, Yang Kai pressed his hand towards Xianxia's abdomen and sent out a majestic pulse of Saint Qi. All at once, he grasped and pulled out a gray mass of energy from Xianxia's body. As soon as this gray aura left Xianxia, it began screaming and struggling, as if it possessed its own sentience and was desperately trying to escape from Yang Kai's clutches. Yang Kai's face sank as he quickly increased his Saint Qi output. At the same time, several dozen golden blood threads shot out and fused together in a dazzling golden light. After the radiance faded, the several dozen golden blood threads had woven together to form a net around the gray aura. Yang Kai stared at this strange object coldly as he continued using his divine sense to scan it, wanting to figure out what it was. When he had sent his Saint Qi into Xianxia's meridians just now, he accidentally discovered this gray Qi hidden in her body. He had not taken action immediately, instead choosing to let little senior sister fall asleep peacefully before dealing with it. He did not know if Xianxia's cultivation deviation was related to this gray aura, but he could tell it was not something she had cultivated herself and was instead some kind of foreign object. What he could not tell, however, was why it was attached to her. It did not seem to be some type of soul, because Xianxia showed no trace of being taken over. If so, what is it? Yang Kai frowned deeply as even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't identify what this mass of gray Qi was. The battering sounds continued as the gray aura flickered back and forth inside the golden net, like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to escape. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow as he showed a look of surprise. He felt traces of Xia Ningchang's life and soul brand inside this mass of gray qi, which meant Xia Ningchang knew about its existence and had refined it. However, Yang Kai still felt like this was not anything good, as it seemed to have a kind of invisible connection with little senior sister, and this connection caused little senior sister's vital aura to also turn somewhat gray. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart sink even further. If his judgment was not wrong, then this mass of gray qi and little senior sister shared a symbiotic relationship. If one suffered, both suffered. If one prospered, both prospered. If he rashly destroyed it, little senior sister would likely die as well. This mass of gray qi gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling and gave off an aura like that of a senile, dying old man. With Xia Ningchang having a symbiotic relationship with it, how could it be good for her future? Yang Kai could not help wearing a deep and profound look. Although he wanted to immediately free little senior sister from this worry, Yang Kai had no idea how to even start and did not dare do so before he fully understood the essence of this gray qi. Moreover, he vaguely felt a profoundness from this gray qi that he could not completely fathom, and as he examined it, he felt like he was on the verge of comprehending something deep in his heart. Even after further investigation, though, he still could not learn anything of note. This mass of gray qi seemed to be able to exclude Yang Kai's divine sense. Xianing Chang breaking through to the Saint King realm in a place like Tongxian realm was no doubt linked in some way to this strange gray qi. This thing probably allowed her to comprehend a more profound level of the heavenly way and martial Tao and provided her with the energy she needed to break through while also tightly binding itself to her. But Yang Kai could not tell whether this was a blessing or a curse. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, the gray qi bound by the golden net suddenly began struggling much more intensely. However, this time, instead of pointlessly trying to break free, it instead directly burst into millions of tiny pieces of gray qi and slipped through its bindings. Yang Kai did not have any time to react, and the mass of gray qi managed to escape. Immediately after, it flew downwards at remarkable speed and sank into the ground, disappearing from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai swiftly sent his divine sense into the ground but was unable to sense its existence anymore. It had simply vanished. Standing in place, Yang Kai wore a solemn look with a deep frown on his face. It seemed that he would have to wait for little senior sister to wake up before he could get some answers from her. He did have a guess in his mind, but he could not be sure. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai gently picked her up by her waist, placed her on the bed, leaned over and kissed her on her forehead, and gently brushed her hair back before leaving silently. A few breaths later, 1,000 kilometers away, above the former site of War Spirit Temple, Yang Kai stood mid-air, looking down as he spread his divine sense out like a tide. Familiar auras appeared everywhere under his investigation, appearing like bright stars in the night sky. Grinning widely, Yang Kai felt warmth in his heart that he had missed these past several dozen years. Immediately, he used his divine sense to send a simple message to all his relatives and friends. "I'm back." A scene just like what happened yesterday at Nine Heavens Holy Land appeared next. The former War Spirit Temple site immediately erupted as rays of light shot up into the air from various places of retreat and rushed towards the place where Yang Kai was. Everyone was so excited that as they met each other halfway, they could not help asking one another to confirm whether they too had heard about Yang Kai's return. Only after arriving high up in the sky and seeing Yang Kai standing there did everyone dare to believe the authenticity of this news. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Chu Gao Yi Ingjiu, all the blood warriors who fought alongside Yang Kai in the Inheritance War arrived in the first batch, each of them trembling with excitement as they called out to their young master and bowed deeply. The Yang family's first brother Yang Wei, second brother Yang Zhao, third brother Yang Tai, fourth brother Yang Xian Wu. All the brothers gathered as they hugged Yang Kai for the first time in decades. "Ha, you bastard. You've been away for so many years. It's like you wouldn't return until after I died." The Hua family current patriarch, Hua Xingchan, laughed and appeared nearby. After several decades, the suave central capital wolf had become a middle-aged man, but rather than looking old, He instead just seemed more mature, and his hot temper had been smoothed by time, making him even more handsome than before. Next to Huixing-chan was Qiu Yimeng, with tears in her beautiful eyes as she bit her red lips and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, seemingly wanting to say something but too scared to open her mouth, worried that if she were to speak she would wake from this beautiful dream. Brother Hua, Sister Qiu? Yang Kai turned to the two of them and gently nodded. Huixing-chan chuckled before glancing over at Qiu Yimeng, sighed to himself silently. He realized something from the way Yang Kai addressed Qiu Yimeng, by only using her surname. Dong Qinghan and Dong Qingyan also came, calling out to their cousin, livening up the atmosphere even more. Yang Kai's gaze suddenly turned to a certain spot next, however, as 3 streaks of light hurriedly rushed over towards him. When these lights dispersed, 3 figures appeared. The first was a man with a sage-like temperament who was dressed in clean scholarly robes, followed by a man with a tall stature and a woman who seemed quite cute and petite. Yang Kai stood before these 3 and bowed lightly. "Grand Master!" Ling Tai-su nodded repeatedly, laughing heartily. "Good. Good. It's good that you're back. Father, Mother." Yang Kai next turned to the pair standing behind Ling Tai-su and bowed again. The Yang family 4th master was a man of iron, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't find the right words to say and could only wipe the corners of his eyes quietly and nod. "Your mother missed you very much." There was no need to say this, though, as Dong Suju was already crying like a child suffering from unimaginable grievances. Hurriedly, she flew forward and hugged Yang Kai tightly, weeping uncontrollable, unable to form any words at all. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai could only smile. Several dozen years had passed, but his mother's childish character had not changed in the slightest, a fact that allowed him to relax unconsciously. What kind of cultivation do you have now? Why can't I sense anything from you at all?" Huixing-chan walked up carelessly and circled Yang Kai as he asked in surprise. Everyone else was also taken aback and released their divine senses to scan Yang Kai's body. However, none of them achieved anything, feeling like their divine senses were simply sinking into the ocean, unable to create the slightest ripple. This discovery shocked everyone and made them subconsciously feel that Yang Kai's current cultivation had already surpassed the level of Tongshan realm. The origin returning realm. Yang Kai let go of Dong Suju and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her. He did not know how to explain to everyone what the origin realm was, so after a moment he simply said, "N, 2 great realms above the Saint Realm." Gasps resounded from all around. The Saint Realm was the pinnacle of Tongshan realm, and above it was the Saint King realm, but throughout the ages only the great demon god had reached that realm. But now, Yang Kai had surpassed this legendary realm, taking a further step on the martial Tao. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes dimmed suddenly as bitterness flooded her heart. She suddenly felt as if there were 1,000 mountains and rivers between herself and Yang Kai. He now stood high up amongst the clouds while she was still stuck on the ground looking up, unable to reach him at all. Huixing-chan pursed his dry lips as he gave a wry smile while glancing over at Qiu Yimeng, not knowing how he should comfort her. Although the Qiu family's young matriarch had an outstanding aptitude and hadn't needed to worry about cultivation resources after she came to Tongshan realm, she was still just a 3rd-order transcendent now, not even reaching the point of true qi sanctification yet. The gap was simply too big. The outside world is filled with so many unimaginable and exciting things. I'll tell you all about them. But let's go back first, Yang Kai chuckled. N. Let's return first. Yang Yingfeng nodded and yelled spiritedly. This group of people then rushed back down to War Spirit Temple's grounds. Inside a grand hall, everyone sat together watching Yang Kai and listening to him talk about the strange and wonderful star field. Kaier, are there really countless cultivation stars in the vast star field? Ling Tai-su asked in disbelief. I alone have visited around 6 or 7 cultivation stars. In addition, there are stars and medicine stars suitable for mining and cultivating herbs. Yang Kai nodded gently. Incredible. Huixing-chen's jaw dropped so far, he could nearly fit his fist inside. In the star field, are saints weak? Dong Qinghan asked timidly. After several dozen years, Fatty Dong was chubbier than ever. Very weak, Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In the star field, most cultivators can reach the Saint Realm, and those with good aptitude can do so by their 20s or 30s. Everyone looked at each other with a look of shame. There was only one person sitting here who was a saint, Ling Tai Su, the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. Others who had astounding aptitude, like Chiu Yimeng, had only reached the third-order transcendent realm, while Fatty Dong and Huixingchen had both just broken through to become transcendents. The younger generation here was nearly 50 years old and used to think highly of their own achievements, but now when Yang Kai talked about the situation in the star field, they couldn't help feeling ashamed, wishing they could find holes to crawl into and hide. The frog at the bottom of the well is unaware of how vast the sky truly is. Ling Tai Su sighed deeply. Grand Master need not belittle himself so improperly. The cultivators in the star field can achieve this kind of feat because the world energy of their cultivation stars is extraordinarily rich. Tong Xian realm, on the other hand, is not suitable for cultivators to grow on. If given the same cultivation conditions, everyone here would have no trouble breaking through to the Saint Realm, Yang Kai said seriously. Even if that is so, isn't it extremely difficult to enter the star field? Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head as he laughed at himself. Truthfully, your Grand Master and Brother Meng joined forces to try to enter the star field 10 years ago, but the two of us barely got 100,000 kilometers from Tongxian realm before we were forced to retreat. There seems to be a kind of magical power flooding the star field that pressures one from all directions. If one's physique is not strong enough, it seems they cannot even survive for long in that environment, much less explore it. The power of the starry sky? Yang Kai gently nodded, but soon grinned and said, But Grand Master need not worry about this. I've returned this time to take all of you to the star field, to a better cultivation star. Inside the hall, the expressions of everyone turned excited as they looked to Yang Kai in surprise. Really? How are you going to do that? There's so many of us. Can you really take all of us? Everyone asked in a rush, obviously interested, and extremely excited about what Yang Kai just told them. They could not wait to leave this backward place and travel to a star with far richer world energy where they, just like Yang Kai, could see a wider and more wondrous world. Although everyone was excited, they also understood that leaving Tongxian realm and entering the star field would not be a simple matter. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya had been unsuccessful even after teaming up, so the difficulty could easily be imagined. But now that Yang Kai had issued such a statement, everyone's hopes were roused. Settle down, settle down. Ling Tai Su waved his hand and called for order. Since little Yang Kai has made such an announcement, he surely has a solution to this problem. Yes? Saying so, he looked towards Yang Kai with a smile. Grand Master understands well. It truly won't be a problem to bring all of you to the star field. And, in fact, not just everyone here but also all your clansmen and even all of Nine Heaven's holy land. It will just take a little time to organize everyone, but we can all go at once. All at once. This time Ling Tai Su was also shocked. War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace currently housed 3,000 or 4,000 people from the central capital, while Nine Heaven's holy land had more than 2,000 disciples. Adding these two groups together yielded as many as 6,000 people. How was Yang Kai going to take away such a massive group with him? The power of the starry sky was extremely oppressive, and even if he was an origin returning realm master, Yang Kai couldn't possibly shelter so many people. And I have my methods. Grand Master need not worry. Yang Kai grinned. The key is whether you are willing to go. Of course we're willing. Huixingchen called out immediately and eagerly. When will we be leaving? Haha. Brotherhood doesn't need to be in such a rush. Although you are the patriarch of a family, this kind of important matter still needs to be discussed with your clansmen. Perhaps there will be some who don't wish to leave here. If you are willing to come with me, you're more than welcome. If not, I won't force you. And this goes for the Chiu family, Yang family, Dong family, and everyone else. Sister Chiu, big brother, cousin, you are now all leaders of your various families, so you should discuss this matter carefully with your respective elders. We know. Yang Wei and Dong Qinghan nodded. Chiu Yimeng also nodded in agreement, her previously dim eyes showing a glowing luster again after hearing this news. If she was able to enter the star field, she would be able to reach a higher level, and although she didn't believe she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Kai, narrowing the distance between them should be possible. Perhaps one day, she would be able to touch him. She saw a faint hope, but that was enough to restore her radiant look. Does that mean we won't be separated from each for so long again? Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Yang Kai was her only child, but since he turned 13 years old, she had barely spent any time with him. It was not so bad at first as, although she couldn't see Yang Kai, she at least knew he was in High Heaven Pavilion and living well while, during the Inheritance War, Yang Kai was only 100 kilometers away from her. But since Yang Kai left Tong Xian Realm and journeyed to the star field, not only had she not been able to see him for 30 years, she wasn't even able to hear a single bit of news about him. Had it not been for Yang Yingfeng's painstaking efforts to soothe her mood these years, Dong Suju would have already collapsed. Today, learning that she could also go to the star field with her son, Dong Suju was incredibly elated. Yang Kai looked at her and gently nodded. Dong Suju laughed joyfully as she smiled from the bottom of her heart. This matter can't be delayed. I'm going right now to convince those old fogies. Huixingchan couldn't sit still and quickly got up and left, a look on his face saying he wouldn't allow anyone to dare disagree with him. I'll go too. Yang Zhao also got up and left. Qiu Yimeng followed close behind. None of them were willing to waste any time. All of them longed to see a higher level of the martial Dao and experience the mysteries of the star field. Soon, only Ling Tai-su and Yang Kai's parents were left in the hall. Their family had at last reunited. There were endless words and endless thoughts to exchange. After learning that Yang Kai still couldn't find Su Yan's whereabouts, Dong Suju sighed and comforted him. She liked her daughter-in-law Su Yan very much. Little brat, you worrying wholeheartedly about Su Yan is fine and all, but have you ever given any thought about how to deal with the ones you've left behind here? Yang Yingfeng suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked pointedly. Little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled. I've already gone to see her, but there seems to be a little something wrong with her, so I'll have to speak with her carefully when she wakes up. Don't play dumb. Yang Yingfeng glared at him. There's more than Xianxia here. There are several others. Since when were there so many? Yang Kai asked back with a wronged look. Humph. There's one here in War Spirit Temple and 2 over at Twin Spirit Pavilion. You think your father is blind? Yang Yingfeng snickered. You may not have said anything to your father, but he is clearer about this than anyone. Yang Kai instantly blushed awkwardly. Dong Suju simply giggled to the side while quietly raising her thumb up to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng had been deeply in love with her his entire life and she was his only wife, a fact she was quite satisfied with. However, when it came to her son, she hoped he would be accompanied by many beauties. The best case would be for him to quickly give her 1 or 2, no, 10 grandchildren so that she and his father would not be bored in the future. Even if Yang Kai wasn't there to attend to them, they could busy themselves raising their grandchildren. Good. Let's not interfere in the matters of the young. Yang Kai is not an unreasonable boy anymore. He will obviously treat those little girls appropriately. Ling Tai-su interjected. With his master speaking, Yang Yingfeng immediately shrank his head before nodding. All of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace were abuzz with activity as the big families who had come here with Yang Kai held high-level meetings, everyone seemingly discussing something of great importance. Everyone soon learned that Yang Kai had returned and also that they were being given an opportunity to travel to the star field. No one would be forced, though. Everything was voluntary. 9 Heavens Holy Land also received a message from Yang Kai and reacted in a similar fashion to War Spirit Temple's side. In addition, Yang Kai sent a message to Soaring Heaven Sect. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned to 9 Heavens Holy Land. He went directly to the cultivation room where Xianxia was in seclusion. Little senior sister was still asleep, however. It seemed like her recent cultivation deviation had exhausted her quite a bit. Yang Kai came up to her, held her jade white hand, and poured some Saint Qi into her body gently. After a while, Xianxia's long eyelashes fluttered and Yang Kai sat down on the edge of her bed, facing her with a warm smile. Soon after, Xianxia opened her beautiful eyes, and when she saw Yang Kai's face, she instantly fixated on him. For eyes suddenly met, just like they had accidentally back in the Nine Mountain Valley all those years ago. There was warmth as well as a slight hint of panic. Soon, though, Xianxia pursed her lips and tittered lightly. "Why are you laughing?" Yang Kai asked while looking at her with a smile. "Because this dream has lasted so long." Xianxia held Yang Kai's big hand tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go. Yang Kai grinned, leaning down, and kissed her jewel-like red lips affectionately. Little senior sister instantly found it difficult to breathe. As their lips overlapped and pressed against one another, her temperature rose and her beautiful eyes became blurred. "In your dreams, do you do these kinds of things with me?" Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully. Xianxia's pretty face immediately blushed as she shifted her body to bury her head in Yang Kai's clothes, seemingly afraid to meet eyes with him again. Yang Kai got the answer he was looking for and laughed happily. Suddenly, Xianxia's tender body trembled, and she hurriedly sat up before freezing in place. Her beautiful eyes focused on Yang Kai's face as surprise and doubt flashed across them. "Junior brother, you?" Xianxia opened her mouth, her brows furrowed cutely, seemingly still somewhat confused. "I'm back," Yang Kai said softly. Little senior sister immediately covered her delicate mouth with her hands as her limpid eyes filled with mist. Tears began sliding down her cheek as her eyes quickly turned red. She finally realized that everything was real, that she wasn't dreaming. The man who she had been thinking about every day for the past several decades was now here, sitting on her bed, looking at her affectionately. Xianxia's heart nearly melted from the tender affection she felt at this moment. She couldn't believe it. "I'm really back." Yang Kai stretched out his hands and embraced her tightly, pressing their bodies together as if he wanted them to become one. A light whimper came from Xianxia as she hugged Yang Kai back just as tightly, cries leaking from her lips. These cries pierced Yang Kai's heart. Straightening himself up, Yang Kai forcefully blocked her cries. Soon, clothing was scattered, and a spring-like atmosphere filled the room. All lovesickness and longing that had been fermenting over the past few decades all burst forth at this moment, transforming into a pure happiness and passion that made Xianxia lose herself in bliss. Love between men and women had always been this way. After an hour, a completely energized and rejuvenated Yang Kai took big strides out from the cultivation room. By his side, Xianxia wore a veil and followed with her head down in embarrassment. Her exquisite earlobes and slender neck were still a light shade of pink. Like a withered flower which had just been watered by the spring rain, Xianxia at this moment had an unimaginably sensuous aura around her which was enough to drive even the most sage-like men mad with fervor. The pair's hands were closely linked, just like their hearts. From nearby, a flash of light quickly approached, seemingly looking to discuss something with Yang Kai, but after seeing this scene, this figure immediately turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Master," Xianxia whispered, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and hide herself. Naturally, she saw that the person who had escaped just now was Meng Wuya. Yang Kai grinned and laughed foolishly, resulting in Xianxia biting her red lips and stomping her foot in annoyance. "Forget it, it must not have been important, otherwise Treasurer Meng wouldn't have just left." Yang Kai comforted. "Right, little senior sister, I have something to ask you." "What's the matter?" Xianxia looked up at him timidly, met Yang Kai's gaze, then quickly turned aside shyly. This shy appearance caused Yang Kai's blood to boil, and he very much wanted to turn around right then and there to return to that secluded room, circulating his Saint Chi to suppress these urges with great difficulty. Yang Kai wore a solemn look and asked, "When I helped you smooth the flow of your Saint Chi, I discovered a strange gray Chi in your body. What was it? That thing?" Xianxia heard this and frowned slightly as she replied, "Actually, I don't know either." "You don't know?" Yang Kai was surprised. It followed me all by itself." "Oh, where did it go?" Xianxia suddenly found that something was wrong. The mysterious gray Chi that had always existed in her body had disappeared at this moment. After asking Xianxia carefully about the issue, Yang Kai realized that it was a coincidence that she managed to obtain that gray qi. It was just after Yang Kai had left Tongxian realm, and Xianing Chang was feeling incredibly lonely. In order to pass the time, she could only sit in Nine Heavens Holy Land and refine pills every day. She possessed the sacred spirit medicine body, so performing alchemy was the same as cultivation to her. While a large number of pills were refined, Xianing Chang's own cultivation increased at a terrifying speed, without any kind of bottleneck at all. After only a few years of hard work, she had become a saint, catching up to Yang Kai's cultivation when he had left. Then one day, bored, she secretly ran out to travel alone and encountered this gray qi in a hidden underground cave. Since she collected that gray qi, her cultivation pace became even more astonishing. Within just 10 years, she broke through from the Saint Realm to the Saint King Realm, and another 10 years later reached the Second Order Saint King Realm. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was something that ordinary disciples of great forces on Shadowed Star may not be able to achieve it. But in this barren Tong Xian realm, little senior sister had accomplished such a feat. The reason Xia Ningchang had her current achievements was inseparable from that mass of gray qi. After you obtained it, did you feel any discomfort? Yang Kai asked seriously. There wasn't any kind of discomfort per se, Xia Ningchang thought carefully. It's just that sometimes I would suddenly feel tired and become lethargic, not even wanting to think. Hee. It was almost as if I suddenly became old. Yang Kai gently nodded. Junior brother, is there some kind of issue with that thing? Xianing Chang asked. I can't say for certain whether it is a blessing or a curse. Yang Kai shook his head slowly, a little worried. Then what is it? I'm not certain, but I have a guess. If this guess is correct, then this is an astonishing opportunity for little senior sister. Yang Kai looked at Xianing Chang with scorching eyes and an excited expression. This vague guess was enough to make his blood boil. Right. Where did you obtain it? Do you remember? Xianing Chang nodded. Take me there, Yang Kai said, reaching out to embrace Xianing Chang's slender waist, summoning his star shuttle, and shooting out like a bolt of lightning from Nine Heavens Holy Land. Following the route little senior sister laid out, Yang Kai flew through the air with her at great speed. Only a day later, the pair arrived in the sky above a certain mountain range tens of thousands of kilometers long. Xia Ningchang's memory was excellent, so even after more than 20 years, she still clearly remembered the exact spot she found the gray qi that day. Soon, the two landed in a secluded mountain valley and Yang Kai put away his star shuttle. Xianing Chang then led the way forward on foot. Not long after, a deep and dark cave appeared before the pair. Xianing Chang pointed to it and said, Junior brother, I was exploring this cave and found that thing at the deepest level. Then let's go in and take a look. Yang Kai smiled. Emboldened by his strength, he took Xia Ningchang's hand and dove into the cave. It was extremely dark inside, and the air was still but not damp. As soon as he entered the cave, Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. He felt the world energy aura was incredibly rich in this cave. Of course, it was only rich compared to other places on Tongxian Realm and could not be compared to other famous cultivation stars like Shadowed Star in the star field. Nevertheless, this was still quite a rare find. Moreover, the deeper they dove, the richer the aura became. Yang Kai's expression grew brighter as he became more and more certain his guess was correct. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation for the increasingly dense world energy aura here. This really was a heaven-sent opportunity for little senior sister. If that gray qi was handled well enough, it would bring Xia Ningchang unimaginable benefits, akin to allowing her to emerge from a cocoon and transform into a butterfly. The two held hands as they descended step by step. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and quickly paused. At the same time, little senior sister cheered happily. It's here. I can feel it. A mass of mysterious energy was approaching from the front at an extremely rapid speed. Yang Kai divine sense swept out and confirmed that the approaching energy was the same one he had extracted from little senior sister a few days ago. The gray qi had sunk into the ground that day and returned to where it was originally located. But now that it felt Xia Ningchang's aura, it had come out on its own to meet her. A moment later, the gray chi arrived in front of them. However, it did not dare leap out towards Xianxia directly, and instead stopped about 10 meters away from Yangkai. It felt threatened by Yangkai. "Junior brother." Xianxia looked at him and asked for his opinion. "Let it come. I didn't want to startle it that day. I just wanted to see what it was." Yangkai backed off and gave way. Xianxia called out immediately, and as if it sensed her beckoning, the gray chi flew past Yangkai and sank directly into Xianxia's chest, disappearing in the next instant. Xianxia's tender body shivered slightly as she let out a slight gasp. A flash of golden light suddenly burst from Yangkai's left eye as a narrow and majestic golden pupil appeared, staring towards Xianxia. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under his penetrating gaze, Yangkai saw little senior sister receive the mass of gray chi into her body, after which a gray aura that was invisible to the naked eye emerged around her. This kind of aura was generally only possessed by extremely long-lived elders, and once it appeared it would signify that its owner did not have long to live. Little senior sister was still at the height of her youth, so the only reason she would possess such an aura was because of the gray chi. Yangkai was not surprised by this, however, seemingly having expected it all along. So he didn't become anxious and instead just beckoned to little senior sister and said, "Come with me." Xianxia gently nodded and followed behind Yangkai step by step. The two continued deeper for quite some time in distance. Along the way, Yangkai felt the surrounding world energy aura grow denser and denser, but despite the aura being so rich, it didn't give Yangkai any sense of comfort. On the contrary, it gave him a slightly depressed feeling. When the surrounding world energy density reached nearly the same level as Shadowed Star's average, Yangkai and Xianxia came to a huge underground cave. A faint source of light seemed to be shining from the ground up ahead and seemed to be sending out some kind of inaudible message, beckoning the two of them to come forward. Receiving this call, Xianxia's beautiful eyes became dazed and her body began to step forward unconsciously, like a moth to the flame. Yangkai's face sank, and he let out a low grunt while sending a pulse of his divine sense straight into Xianxia's knowledge sea. Little senior sister's tender body shuddered, and her face turned pale as the blankness in her eyes disappeared. After recovering her senses, a look of fear filled her face. "Junior brother, Xianxia was a little at a loss. She did not know what was wrong just now, but it felt as if some external force had overridden her will and was forcing her to act without her consent. Look over there." Yangkai pointed in a certain direction. Xianxia looked in the direction he pointed and her beautiful eyes trembled. There was a large pile of corpses, all of them extremely dried up, some of which had changed completely into ashes, but from the traces that could be seen on some of the bleached bones, it was clear that these people had all of their strength and vitality rapidly drained away, leading to their deaths. Who are these people? Why did they all die here? Xianxia leaned against Yangkai, seemingly trying to find some sense of security. If my guess is correct, they all had similar experiences to yours. The same as me? Xianxia frowned in confusion for a moment, but she was both beautiful and intelligent, so after some quick contemplation she understood. You mean, they all obtained that gray chi before? Probably. Yangkai nodded. But why? Xianxia only felt cold all over as the scene from just now appeared in her mind again. If not for Yangkai promptly waking her up, her fate would likely have been the same as these unfortunate souls. Because the main body of that gray chi wanted to supplement its strength. It chose you and nurtured you to make you stronger because the stronger you became, the more benefits it could obtain. Why would it want to do this? Xianxia looked puzzled. Because it's about to die. Yangkai replied with a shrug of his shoulders. These are all my guesses, but we should be able to tell if they're correct soon enough. Saying so, Yangkai held Xianxia's hand and walked forward. As the pair stepped through the sea of bones, a horrifying crackling sound occasionally rang out, sending shivers up their spines. Yangkai's eyes narrowed as he observed the faint light up ahead. Not long after, the pair arrived at the source of this light. A deep underground chasm appeared in front of the pair, one that was so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom, but if one looked down, they could see a faint gray light deep into the abyss, like a massive burning lamp. This light was extremely dim, and its color was exactly the same as the gray qi obtained by Xianxia. As expected, Yang Kai took a deep breath. After seeing the huge, gloomy lamp-like light, he immediately affirmed his previous guesses. "Junior brother, what is this?" Xianxia looked at the gray fire suspiciously, faintly feeling that the gray qi in her body was closely related to it, as if the two were one existence. "The star source," Yang Kai muttered as his expression suddenly filled with excitement. "Star source?" Xianxia was confused. Any cultivation star will have a source of power, akin to the star's life made manifest. This source is the key to the survival of this star. Like a heart, Yang Kai calmly explained. Because there is a star source, a star will have vitality. Without it, the star will become a dead star. There are countless such stars in the star field, perhaps all of them at one point supported life, but over time, and the weakening and eventual death of their star sources, this vitality also ceased to exist. Humans fade out just like lamps, but so do stars. Once the star source in front of you disappears, Tongxian realm will also die and become a dead star. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai in total surprise. She had never thought that even stars were born, aged, weakened, then eventually died. Yang Kai's words undoubtedly gave her a great shock. However, since it was her junior brother, she naturally believed him. Thinking of Tongxian realm completely losing its vitality and collapsing into a silent wasteland, Xianxia's tender body couldn't help shiver. She couldn't imagine just how many would suffer and die if Tongxian realm were really to suffer such a fate. She suddenly felt extremely forlorn. "Junior brother, do you have a way to reinvigorate it?" Xianxia suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head to her and gently nodded. "How? Junior brother, please teach me." Xianxia bit her red lips and said eagerly. "You are the key." Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although a star source has its own life, it does not possess sentience and is instead a kind of massive gathering of profundities. It choosing you was originally to absorb you, after which Tongxian realm could replenish itself somewhat and delay its approaching death. But if this is handled well, not only will we be able to fully rejuvenate Tongxian realm, but little senior sister will also gain enormous benefits. Xianxia was again shocked. Yang Kai turned his head away from her and towards the massive gray flames down below. A star source. Since he entered the star field, he had often heard about such things, but he had never truly witnessed one before. Whether the mass of energy in the depths of the floating continent was its star source or not remained to be verified. It could be said that the massive gray fireball in front of him was the first star source he had seen. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. The power of a star source was extremely terrifying, and anyone who wanted to even approach it had to take a huge risk. It was for this reason that even origin kings didn't dare get close to a cultivation star source at will. Star sources were also incredibly difficult to refine, and if one was not careful in the process, they would suffer backlash from the full power of a star and instantly die. Throughout the ages, many origin king realm masters had been born in the star field who later died while trying to refine a star source. In the current star field, there were countless cultivation stars. However, there were only a handful of masters who had refined a star source and become a true star master. There was no origin king who treated their own life casually. Many would rather spend their lives cultivating desperately rather than rushing to refine a star source. But now, such an opportunity lay in front of Xianxia. Compared with other cultivation star sources, Tongxian realms was undoubtedly old and dying. Because of this, when Xianxia was possessed by this source, she would occasionally feel lethargic, lazy, and aged. It wasn't because she had become old, but rather that the star source was approaching its death. This star source itself had chosen Xianxia and allowed her to partially refine it. Although Xianxia was only a second-order Saint King and lacked in terms of cultivation, if she had enough perseverance and courage, she may be able to fully refine this aging star source. Even Yang Kai was a little envious of this opportunity. Although there were no doubt some dangers, The arrow had already been shot from its bow, so there was no turning back. The star source was already closely connected with Xianxia, and if it were to perish, Xianxia would inevitably follow it to the grave. Only by completely refining it would both have a chance to survive. In the future, as Xianxia grew and became stronger, this mass of gray flames would also have an opportunity to reignite and rejuvenate Tongxian realm with vitality. Of course, the premise was that Xianxia became strong enough. After Yang Kai explained the truth of the matter and what was at stake, Xianxia nodded without hesitation. I'm willing to refine it. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback at first, but soon smiled and nodded. All right. In fact, little senior sister doesn't need to worry too much. Since it has already chosen you, it must have already decided that you were compatible. Little senior sister only needs to work hard to let it fully accept and integrate with you. Once you succeed, you will no longer be separable, and you will become the star master of Tongxian realm, the supreme ruler of this star. Its destiny and glory will be yours to determine. And Xianxia is nodded heavily, not overwhelmed by the glorious prospects described by Yang Kai, but instead asking seriously, but how exactly should I refine it? Come here. I'll pass you a special secret art for refining star sources. Yang Kai smiled lightly before pulling Xianxia to sit down nearby. After Xianxia let go of her knowledge sea defenses, Yang Kai sent his soul avatar into her knowledge sea and began to teach her a profound and mysterious secret art, star refining art. This was something Yang Kai obtained from the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai had thought he would have to wait until he needed to refine a star source before using this particular secret art. But now it had unexpectedly benefited Xianxia. This secret art had been hidden inside a stone monument. That day, Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo had encountered Xueyu in the Emperor Garden and, as a result of their battle, the stone monument was destroyed. A stone tablet had emerged from the debris of the stone monument with 3 ancient words inscribed on it. Xueyu seemed to value the stone tablet greatly and practically begged Yang Kai to give it to her. Yang Kai had almost complied, but in the end, Xueyu had missed the opportunity to obtain the stone tablet because the Emperor Garden had suddenly closed. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had studied the stone tablet carefully and realized that it contained a secret art called the star refining art. The 3 ancient words on the stone tablet were the name of this secret art. This secret art only had one use: to refine star sources. It had been passed down by the Starry Sky Great Emperor and was incredibly profound and mysterious. Xianxia using it to refine the star source would absolutely yield twice the result with half the effort. Passing this secret art to Xianxia was simple and only took Yang Kai about half a cup of tea's time to complete. Not only had he given her the secret art itself, he had also passed her all of his own relevant experiences and enlightenments. Withdrawing his soul avatar from her knowledge sea, Yang Kai waited quietly. Xianxia needed time to understand this star refining art. The sun set and the moon rose as time silently passed by inside the cave. After a full month, Xianxia suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and exhaled gently, her pretty face seeming a little tired but a glow of excitement still filling her expression. Junior brother, I'm ready. Let's start then. Yang Kai looked at her with firm eyes. Xianxia nodded slightly, got up, and walked towards the crevice. When she came to the edge of the abyss, she stared down at the mass of gray flames which leapt up from below, and her mouth began moving slightly, seemingly communicating with the star source. If by giving you my life, I could reignite you and save the star from death, I would be willing, but if not, please accept me, merge with me, and allow me to stand together with you. I will work hard to cultivate, become stronger as soon as possible, and restore your vitality. The huge gray flame below remained motionless, seemingly not reacting at all. But soon, there was a loud sizzling as the gray flame flickered from side to side, as if it were a giant flower bud that was slowly blooming, allowing Xianxia inside. A smile appeared on Xianxia's face and she called out softly, "Thank you." As soon as these words fell, she jumped down. Yang Kai's face changed dramatically. The situation had developed far faster than he had expected. He hadn't realized that little senior sister would act so decisively. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to stop her. Rushing to the edge of the abyss and looking down, Xianxia saw that the massive gray flame had actually closed up again, sealing little senior sister inside. An indescribable force suddenly rushed up from below and threw Xianxia out towards the distant rock face. Even if this star source was waning and severely weakened, it was still not something Xianxia could approach easily. It obviously did not want Xianxia to interfere with the process. Xianxia got up from the ground, his face gloomy, but fortunately he could still feel little senior sister's aura down below, and so he began an extremely nervous wait. There was nothing he could do to interfere now. He could only wait for the results to appear. Suddenly, a mystical aura began to diffuse through the underground abyss, one that soothed Xianxia's irritable mood. Frowning slightly, he immersed himself in sensing this aura. Faintly, he seemed to be able to comprehend something. Hastily closing his eyes, Xianxia began to investigate carefully. In the vast star field, amidst the endless darkness, there was nothing, not even light. This seemed to be an extremely ancient age, one that was impossible to trace. Xianxia looked around but could not see anything, not even himself. Time passed little by little in this desolate loneliness. He didn't know how many hundreds of thousands of years passed, but all of a sudden, one day, amidst the dark and boundless star field, a little light suddenly appeared. This light was small at first, but it soon spread out like fire across a prairie. The entire star field became turbulent from this massive shockwave of energy. Millions of large or small meteorites flew about before gathering together and merging under the influence of some kind of magical force. Many grains of sand would eventually build a tower, and gradually, a star appeared in the star field. This was a newly born star, without any energy fluctuations, and still engulfed in darkness. It drifted along like a helpless child wandering the vast star field without any destination, even forgetting where it originally came from. Millions of years passed, and finally, this wandering star arrived at a massive sun star and for the first time felt a gentle light full of warmth. It stopped here and began to orbit around this sun star. Gradually, life began to sprout on its surface as green plants and flowers pushed up from the ground. After millions of years of evolution, finally, sentient creatures began to appear on this star. They were ancient creatures belonging to the oldest of races. They eagerly learnt, grew, and became stronger as they lived. They branched out and soon split into different races: human race, monster race, demon race, and many other strange races. No longer satisfied with the life they currently had, these races began to fight for various resources, discovered ways to make themselves stronger, and eventually began to cultivate. Some races perished while others rose and became stronger. As time passed, and as the evolution of the various races continued, this star gradually became colorful and filled with energy. As the major races grew prosperous, the star itself also prospered. All living beings drew energy from the star unrestrainedly, obtaining various things that were beneficial to themselves. At some point, however, the star began to grow old. It no longer had as much energy for the beings to cultivate with, and it no longer had excess energy to give birth to precious and rare cultivation materials. It began to become barren. It was strong in will but weak in strength, and looking at the countless creatures living on it, it felt helpless. The prosperity of ancient times gradually faded away and the world energy aura became thinner and thinner. At the same time, the cultivation realms of cultivators became lower and lower. No one could sense higher levels of the heavenly way and martial Tao. It had grown old, like a kind father, a kind mother, who took pains to raise its children, raising them with unconditional love, granting them every request it could without complaint. However, it could no longer provide any more help to its children. It had once been youthful and full of vitality, but now it could barely manage to maintain its feeble existence. Its children call it Tong Xian realm. Xianxia woke up from that mysterious state, and his eyes flashed with the vicissitudes of life. He had witnessed the birth of a cultivation star, watched it prosper, weaken, and gradually tread upon the path to death. Like this cultivation star, He had seemingly experienced hundreds of millions of years, giving him an indescribable feeling. Yang Kai's state of mind and mood received an unprecedented consolidation. At this moment, his understanding of the world had reached an incredible height, just like a wise man who had lived countless years, his eyes flashing with wisdom. He felt that even if he broke through to the Origin King realm right now, his mental state would not have a single flaw. His perception of the martial Tao and heavenly way had now far surpassed his own cultivation. The improvement of one's mental state normally required a great accumulation of time and for one to experience the world around them, which happened to coincide with the strange experience Yang Kai just had. The cultivation of one's mood and state of mind was ethereal and unexplainable, but it was no doubt real, something each individual had to sense and evaluate independently. Yang Kai had not expected that little senior sister refining the star source would let him benefit in such a way. He wanted to immerse himself in that wonderful atmosphere again, but no matter how he tried, he could not find a way to enter that mysterious state. This made him sigh a little. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something, and his expression sank. Quickly getting up, he rushed over to the edge of the crevice. He could hear little senior sister's pained groans coming from down below, as if she was experiencing extreme hardship. Reaching the edge, Yang Kai only saw the massive swaying gray flames, with little senior sister nowhere to be seen. However, he could still feel that Xianxia was wrapped in the gray fire, tossing about somewhat violently. The surrounding world energy had gathered madly towards the underground cave from the surrounding several hundred-kilometer radii, possibly even further. It seemed like all of Tongxian realm's world energy had become a bit chaotic as a result. Little senior sister's cultivation realm was increasing at a terrifying speed at this moment. Originally, she had only been a second-order Saint King, but at this moment, she had already reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. A moment later, she directly broke through to the third-order Saint King realm. This was just the beginning though, and her cultivation continued to rise. Soon it reached the peak third-order Saint King realm and seemed to touch upon the threshold of the Origin Returning realm. Yang Kai was thoroughly shocked. Such unrestrained breakthroughs in one's cultivation would put a tremendous load on the body of a cultivator, but with little senior sister's aptitude, this should still be tolerable. What worried Yang Kai was not this though, but rather it was the surrounding world energy which seemed to no longer be rushing towards this place. The massive amount of world energy which had gathered before had been consumed by Xianxia's breakthrough to the third-order Saint King realm and her attempt to reach the Origin Returning realm. Xianxia's aura could also now faintly be felt from the massive gray flames, which showed that her fusion with the star source was proceeding very smoothly. But it was precisely because of this smoothness that little senior sister was now facing difficulties. There was no more world energy for her to break through to the Origin Returning realm, nor enough aura to receive her world energy baptism once she did. This was a breakthrough to a new great realm, and there was no room for any mistakes. If this breakthrough failed, with Xianxia's current state of integration with Tongxian realm star source, her fate would likely be miserable. Yang Kai began worrying silently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought up a solution. If there was not enough world energy, he could just use Saint Crystals instead. Yang Kai had not used Saint Crystals before when making breakthroughs because Shadowed Star's world energy aura was enough to fully meet his needs. Now that the ambient world energy of Tongxian realm could not satisfy little senior sister, however, he could simply use Saint Crystals to make up for the shortfall. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and his ring flashed, after which a massive number of white, shimmering Saint Crystals poured down like rain. Before these Saint Crystals could reach the bottom of the abyss, they all exploded into dust and released an enormous amount of pure energy, which then gathered toward the location of Xianxia and the huge gray flame. Xianxia's pained moans faded, and the chaotic aura down below began to calm. Even the swaying of the gray flames stabilized noticeably. Yang Kai smiled happily and poured out more Saint Crystals. For this long-distance voyage, he had brought a lot of Saint Crystals with him, including all that he had plundered from Thunder Typhoon Sec's headquarters that day, as well as some of what was in High Heaven Sec's reserves. At this moment, these hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals were all thrown into the crevice by Yang Kai. the world energy gradually grew richer, and the huge gray flame became vigorous. Little senior sister's aura stabilized, and everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Yangkai felt Xianxia's aura rising rapidly, and soon it broke through the shackles of the Third Order Saint King realm. A stunning world energy baptism followed. The world energy transformed from all the saint crystals Yangkai had poured out converged into waves of fiercely surging aura that crashed towards little senior sister like mighty ancient dragons. A pair of small hands weaved back and forth inside the gray flame, forming a series of profound seals to guide the rush of world energy from the baptism of breaking through to a new great realm to temper her body and spirit. The whole process was shocking, but without much danger. After the surging world energy calmed down, the huge gray flame in the abyss down below suddenly disappeared. The cave returned to a state of darkness. However, from the tender body of little senior sister, there was now a faint glow, like that of a goddess descending to the earth, solemn and inviolable. Yangkai stood above the abyss, looking at her quietly, dazzled by her in every way. Little senior sister was now a genuine origin-returning realm master, and although she was just a first order, with Tong Xian realm star source and her sacred spirit medicine body, her potential was surely unlimited. Such terrifying potential even eclipsed Yangkai's. He did not feel any sense of inferiority, though. He just felt that he needed to work even harder in the future. Otherwise, it would certainly be embarrassing if one day he was overtaken by his woman. Little senior sister did not move, simply standing mid-air, her eyes closed tightly, a profound look upon her pretty face, seemingly silently comprehending something. Only after a long time did Xianxia suddenly open her beautiful eyes, a look of joy at her great harvest flashing across her face as she flew upwards. Yangkai smiled, stretched out his hand to hold her, and brought her into his embrace. "Junior brother, I seem to have surpassed the Saint King realm," Xianxia said excitedly. "And you have indeed." Yangkai gently nodded. "What is this realm called?" "It gives me a strange but marvelous feeling. The origin returning realm, I too am currently in this realm. When one reaches this realm, their first priority is to condense their sure. I will explain the process to you a little later when we have more time. And let's head back first. I don't know how much time has passed, but I'm afraid the people in the Holy Land should be growing somewhat restless by now," Yangkai suggested as he tried to lead Xianxia outside. "Allow me?" Xianxia stopped him, with an eager expression on her face. Yangkai glanced at her before quickly understanding and gently nodding. Xianxia stretched out a finger and tapped the air in front of her. This gesture was made smoothly and innocently, as if it was simply gently caressing the air. A vortex suddenly appeared as a result, however. As soon as this vortex formed, Xianxia pulled Yangkai into it. When the two reappeared, Yangkai suddenly found that he was already standing in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, in front of the cultivation room Xianxia had been using for her retreat. In one step, the two of them had crossed nearly 1,000,000 kilometers. Even Yangkai, who cultivated the Tao of space, could not achieve something of this level. Junior brother was right. With this star source, I feel like I have become the master of this star. With a single thought, I can go to any place and even mobilize the energy of the entire star as I see fit, Xianxia explained softly. "This is the power of a star master," Yangkai smiled softly. "That's why those Origin King realm masters always want to refine star sources, because they can gain unimaginable benefits and insights from it. Little senior sister, Tong Xian realm and you are now inseparable. You are also the first person in history to refine a star source at the Saint King realm. The prosperity or decline of this star in the future is now closely tied to your cultivation. Whether you can rejuvenate our homeland will depend completely on your efforts." When Yangkai said so, Xianxia suddenly felt a heavy pressure. It was as if the future of hundreds of millions of creatures on this star were now placed on her delicate shoulders. But soon, Xianxia composed herself and nodded firmly. "I will definitely work hard to not let it die. And let's go. Many people are waiting for us." Yangkai smiled lightly before pulling Xianxia towards a certain palace, Yang Kai could sense countless familiar auras from this palace who seemed to be waiting for his arrival. Inside Nine Heavens Holy Land's largest meeting hall, the scene was quite crowded. Representatives from the human, demon, and monster races had all assembled. Almost all those of great status from the star were present. This was an extremely terrifying force. Although the number of people was large, the scene was actually extremely quiet as many would glance towards the hall's entrance from time to time, seemingly anticipating someone's arrival. There was only one person in Tongxian realm who could gather the masters of the three clans together like this and have them wait patiently for him for so many days. Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master. Simply shameless. Meng Wuya ground his teeth, feeling bitter in his heart as he pounded the arm of his chair angrily. He thought that Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang had been spending the recent time lost in the throes of passion and completely forgotten about time. It had been more than a month since the two of them last appeared, causing the masters from the human, demon, and monster races to wait for them idly, naturally causing Meng Wuya a great deal of embarrassment. He had raised Xia Ningchang for so many years and taught her diligently all that time. He was Xia Ningchang's only relative in this world. But now, the moment Yang Kai returned, he had snatched up his treasured apprentice and taken her away from him. Meng Wuya knew that this time there was no turning back. In Xia Ningchang's mind in the future, her master would always come second, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. The only consolation Meng Wuya took in all of this was that his precious disciple's 30 years of waiting had not been in vain. That little bastard Yang Kai had finally returned. The whole situation was really quite astonishing, and Meng Wuya couldn't help shaking his head as he reflected upon it. A strange mix of emotions filling his heart. The great seniors of the monster race and the demon generals of the demon race, on the other hand, were currently both occupied with each other. The masters from these two races were sitting opposite one another, their eyes glaring back and forth, making the atmosphere in the hall quite tense and strained. Although the three clans had joined forces once 30 years ago, there had been many small-scale conflicts between them over cultivation resources over the past few decades, and the friction between the monster race and demon race had been the most serious. Fortunately, both the monster race great seniors and the demon generals understood how to exercise restraint and had not acted personally, otherwise the conflict would definitely have escalated greatly. Since it was just the younger generation and lower-level subordinates who were competing with one another, there was still some room for compromise. The situation could remain calm when the masters from these two races were separated by millions of kilometers. But now that they were all here together in Nine Heavens Holy Land, and after spending many days in boredom, everyone was beginning to feel irritable, and Meng Wuya was beginning to have trouble suppressing the tensions between the two groups. If it were not for him, Ling Taisu and Chu Ling Xiao being present, three top-level Saint Realm masters from the human race, these two groups would likely already have begun to fight. Such a headache! That bastard boy has completely fallen into a land of tenderness and forgotten about the suffering of us old masters. At this moment, Meng Wuya scolded Yang Kai in his heart for his impropriety. It was unknown which great senior from the monster race or which demon general from the demon race that finally struck the other party's nerves, but a quarrel eventually broke out. Initially, it was just two people competing with one another, but as the situation intensified, all of the great seniors and demon generals were drawn in to support their own side. The situation soon became a bit chaotic. Finally, Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan also had to wade into the muddy waters. Thunder Dragon. This senior has been in retreat in recent years, but has not been able to find a suitable opportunity to verify his results. Why don't the two of us take advantage of this rare meeting to compare notes? Zhang Yuan looked at Thunder Dragon Great Senior with a smile, his eyes filled with an aggressive fighting spirit. Sounds good. This king also happened to have some gains over the years and happens to need an opponent to test them on. I've long heard that Brother Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal has unparalleled might. Even Brother Meng had suffered a lot as a result of it back then. This king is eager to experience it. Thunder Dragon grinned back, unafraid. Don't pull this old master into this. Meng Wuya suddenly became disgruntled. After being hit by Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal, most of Meng Wuya's cultivation had been sealed, and he had to escape to the great Han dynasty to avoid calamity. It was the greatest shame of his life. Although Zhang Yuan had used a powerful spirit array back then to help him to defeat Meng Wuya, this incident was still the one Meng Wuya disliked discussing the most. Immediately, Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan became locked in a confrontation. The two of them did not make any big movements, instead choosing to release their divine senses to silently compete with one another. However, this kind of battle was actually far more dangerous than one where fists were being exchanged. One moment of carelessness and both of them could end up seriously wounded, their souls possibly even being instantly extinguished. Everyone in the hall understood this and grew solemn, the previous noise gradually subsiding as no one dared to disturb these two, all staring nervously at the master of their respective clan, fearing they might have an accident. The powerful divine senses of two third-order saints soon filled the entire hall, eliciting shock from the surrounding crowd with each violent exchange. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch, with Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both giving it their all, but neither being able to obtain a decisive advantage. The faces of the masters gradually turned pale as fine sweat began leaking from their foreheads, their divine sense conflict growing ever more dangerous. Meng Wuya and the other masters present all wore solemn, ugly expressions. None of them could intervene anymore and could only wait quietly for the outcome of the battle between Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan to be decided. But from the current situation, the most likely outcome would be both of them suffering a loss. Once that happened, however, the tensions between the two races would only escalate, a result the human masters here wanted to see the least. "Where is Yang Kai?" Ling Tai Su asked anxiously. Meng Wuya shook his head as he truly didn't know. He had gone to the cultivation room Xianxia was using a few days ago, but did not find any trace of Yang Kai or his treasured apprentice. No one knew where these two had gone now. The situation is deteriorating. Soaring Heaven Sect Master Chu Ling Xiao frowned. Things developing like this was somewhat unexpected. At that moment, though, a hearty laugh rang out from the entrance. "It's so lively here. When did the fighting start?" As soon as this voice rang out, a pair of silhouettes appeared outside the door and Yang Kai and Xianing Chong, in her customary veil, walked in together. Everyone was attracted by this voice, and when they looked over they couldn't help feeling a bit startled. Many here had heard of Yang Kai's return, but they were still doubtful until they saw him at this moment. Meng Wuya's eyes were attracted to Xianing Chong instantly as he narrowed them somewhat suspiciously. He felt that after this past month, his treasured apprentice had undergone some kind of intangible change, making her seem innately loftier and extra-mundane. "Little martial nephew," a soft voice called out as a pretty shadow rushed out from the hall and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. Smiling as she looked him up and down, she began nodding in approval and said, "Good. I've not seen you in a few dozen years, but you've already become much more attractive as a man. Even Marshal Ant's heart is fluttering a bit." Yang Kai's face turned pitch black as he subconsciously glanced over at Xianing Chong before coughing and saying with some embarrassment, "Marshal Ant, can't you act a bit more dignified?" His martial aunt, Fei Yu, heard this and immediately did the opposite, casting him a flirtatious and amorous gaze. She had come here together with Chu Ling Xiao after receiving the news from Nine Heavens Holy Land that Yang Kai had returned. Now that they had just met, Fei Yu had instantly begun toying with him. Although feeling somewhat awkward, Yang Kai more so felt warm-hearted. When he lived with his martial aunt Fei Yu in Soaring Heaven Sect, she had always acted free-spiritedly, often lying on the ground with her clothing in chaos after getting dead drunk, not putting up the slightest guard against him. After several dozen years, seeing his martial aunt still acting the same, Yang Kai suddenly felt like he had gone back in time. "Your martial aunt is still a full flower at the height of her youth," Fei Yu snorted before smiling brightly and saying, "Song Yan, Li Wan and Fei Jian are all here too together with martial ancestor." Saying so, she gestured towards the hall. Yang Kai gently nodded, stepped forward, and said a few words with Song Yan and his other martial uncles before arriving in front of Chu Ling Xiao and solemnly bowing. "Disciple Yang Kai greets martial ancestor. Disciple apologizes for having made martial ancestor wait." "It's okay. No need to be so polite. Chu Ling Xiao nodded happily, releasing his divine sense to sweep Yang Kai, but quickly discovering that just as Ling Tai Su and the others had said, Yang Kai's current cultivation had become unfathomable to the point that he could not sense anything about it. Perceiving this, Chu Ling Xiao only smiled more heartily. Yes, very good, very good. Sure enough, you've broken through the limits of this world. This old master is proud of you. In the future, it seems the important task of promoting the sect must be handed over to you. Martial Ancestor is too kind. Disciple still has many shortcomings, and will need more guidance from Martial Ancestor and Grand Master. Good boy? Chu Ling Xiao laughed happily as he and Ling Tai Su exchanged a glance, both of them feeling heartened. Martial Ancestor, please wait a moment. It seems these two friends have gotten a bit hot-tempered. Disciple will first act as a peacemaker for them. Yang Kai grinned and turned to look at Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, who were still competing with their divine senses. Be careful not to injure them, Ling Tai Su urged quickly. Rest assured, Grand Master, no harm will come to them, Yang Kai said confidently before releasing his own divine sense into the air. The others in the hall didn't dare interfere in the divine sense competition of two third-order saints. But to Yang Kai, this kind of fight was no different from a pair of children playing with one another. A slight whoosh sounded from mid-air before Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan's figures both trembled. At that moment, they felt that their entangled divine senses had just been separated by a pair of giant invisible hands. This kind of force made them feel extremely powerless as they were unable to put up the slightest resistance. Honk! A burst of light appeared and Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan were both forced back several steps before they could stabilize their posture. After which both of them turned extremely shocked looks towards Yang Kai. He had separated them with complete ease. You too? While it was wrong of me to keep you waiting, I encountered something unexpected and it took longer to resolve than expected. But you don't need to become so aggressive every time you meet, do you? Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, as if he hadn't yet calmed his fluctuating mood, hesitated for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, Excuse me. Zhang Yuan was not a hot-tempered youth, so seeing Thunder Dragon take the lead, he immediately laughed and followed up, Many thanks, Holy Master Yang. If I have caused any offense, please forgive me. That's better. We all live under the same blue sky, so why always fight whenever we meet? Yang Kai gently nodded, very satisfied with the attitude of the two. Turning around and seeing so many people standing in place, staring at him strangely, Yang Kai waved his hand and, Please have a seat. I've called all of you here today because I have something I wish to discuss with you. Ha. After hearing that Holy Master Yang had returned, this senior traveled night and day to reach the Holy Land from the demon capital as quickly as possible. But I wonder what kind of important matter Holy Master Yang has summoned all of us here to discuss? Since the masters from all three races are here, presumably whatever Holy Master Yang wants to say is not trivial, yes. Zhang Yuan seemed to ask casually, but there was a deep dread lingering the depths of his eyes. Just now, when Yang Kai separated him and Thunder Dragon, although Zhang Yuan was not able to sense much, he could tell that the current Yang Kai was not someone he could compare with.